Welcome, and thank you for joining us on this peaceful journey through England's history. As we explore the House of York, you'll gently drift into the quiet, reflective moments of the past, where the triumphs, mysteries, and challenges of three remarkable kings, Edward IV, Edward V, and Richard III, unfold softly before you. From the rise of Edward IV during the turbulent Wars of the Roses, to the mysterious reign of Edward V and the last stand of Richard III, let each story guide you into a deeper sense of calm. Take a deep breath, relax, and let the soothing rhythm of history wash over you. With no rush, only gentle reflections, allow yourself to unwind completely. May this peaceful journey bring you comfort and tranquility, and may you find the restful sleep you deserve as we uncover the Yorkist legacy together, wishing you a night of deep, peaceful sleep, where the echoes of history fade softly into your dreams. Edward Plantagenet, later known as King Edward IV of England, was born on April 28, 1442, in Rouen, Normandy. He was the third of 12 children, of whom 7 survived to adulthood, and the eldest surviving son of Richard Plantagenet III, Duke of York, and Cecily Neville. At the time of his birth, Richard, Duke of York, was in charge of the French campaign in Normandy on behalf of King Henry VI. Edward spent his early years in his family's grand residence in Rouen, alongside his older sister Anne, his younger brother Edmund, and his younger sister Elizabeth. Tragically, only 3 of the 7 children Cecily bore between 1446 and 1455 lived past infancy: Margaret and Edward's more well-known younger brothers, George and Richard. Less than a year after Elizabeth's birth in 1444, the family left Rouen and returned to England, settling at Fotheringhay Castle in Northamptonshire. In the years that followed, the family split their time among several estates, though Fotheringhay and Ludlow Castle in Wales were likely their most consistent homes. Next to the king himself, Richard Plantagenet was the largest landowner in England, with estates across more than 20 counties, as well as properties in Ireland. His income was estimated at around $7,000 annually, equivalent to about £4.3 million in today's currency. While many details of Edward's childhood and early education remain unclear, much can be inferred from historical records from his reign, as well as the educational instructions he gave for his own sons. We can also gather insight from the typical practices of English aristocracy during the 15th century. Duchess Cecily likely took an active role in her children's early education, especially in areas like religious instruction and basics literacy. However, given the constant demands of childbearing, Cecily was often preoccupied, and it's presumed that she relied heavily on nurses for the daily care and education of her children. As the Duchess of York, she was the lady of great estates and, as such, would have been deeply involved in managing these responsibilities, leaving little time to oversee her children's early education herself. This is quite likely, as Edward reportedly formed a strong bond with his childhood nurse in Normandy, Anne of Caux, and often spoke warmly of his young childhood under her care. During his later reign, he granted her an annual pension of $20. Edward and Edmund were sent to live at Ludlow Castle under the care of a governor or male guardian, and began lessons with a resident private tutor around the ages of 6 or 7. All of the York boys studied Latin and French, showing impressive proficiency in both languages later in life. They also most likely studied arithmetic, history and literature, as well as music, dance, and social etiquette, which were important accomplishments for courtly life. They received extensive military training, including riding, swordplay, and jousting. These martial skills would have had to be mastered with the boys fully armored, adding another layer of required skill altogether. Military strategy and maneuvers may well have been part of their history lessons or military training, as Edward later demonstrated consistent success and a talent for leadership on the battlefield. Edward likely also received training in property law and estate management, which might demonstrate that the Duke of York had not yet begun to envision either himself or his eldest son taking the throne until the late 1450s. Estate management was the province of a nobleman rather than a king, and such training might explain Edward's notably active personal engagement with the law, justice, and the royal finances during his reign, which was not typical of medieval kings. As a young man, Edward was noted for his charm, charisma, and sharp intelligence. But for all his fine education, Edward did not prove to be an academic or an intellectual. He enjoyed reading and commissioning printed and exquisitely illuminated books, bound in silk and velvet for his personal library, a large portion of which has survived and been preserved. Edward's personal literary taste ran heavily toward chivalric romances and popular histories of great men, great deeds, and glorious battles, written mostly in French and English, which he read for his own pleasure. However, he owned few texts in Latin, the language of European intellectualism, and showed little interest in the emerging philosophical currents of humanism or in any other particularly scholarly pursuits. Edward naturally also owned several religious texts, but he does not seem to have been particularly devout in his religious sensibilities. His mother, Cecily Neville, was known to have been a devotedly pious woman, with a strong, scholarly interest in the writings of female Christian mystics, such as Bridget of Sweden and Catherine of Siena. Edward, however, seems not to have heavily absorbed the intellectualism of the age, or his mother's reportedly notable piety, and consistently demonstrated his interest in more worldly pursuits. He was described by his contemporaries as eminently able, cheerful, gallant, and generous, with a good and even temper. Edward was well liked for his friendly, engaging manner and his ability to be at ease in any company, not typical of young men raised to be kings, which of course Edward was not. He was also exceptionally daring and confident, even to the point of vanity, both regarding his abilities and the Plantagenet good looks he had inherited. Multiple observers and chroniclers remarked upon Edward's exceptional handsomeness. The most well-known portrait of Edward IV, which hangs in London's National Portrait Gallery, shows a rather tired, middle-aged man with more than a few extra pounds on his frame, with dark brown hair and light brown eyes. However, this portrait was painted circa 1540, nearly 60 years after Edward's death. Documentary sources from Edward's time do suggest that he gained a great deal of weight as he approached middle age, thanks to his prodigious indulgence in fine wine and food. When Edward's tomb at Windsor was opened in 1789, visitors reportedly left with locks of his hair. Several such swatches and strands of brown hair, purporting to have been Edward's, have been sold at auction in recent years. However, it is now known that some of Edward's siblings were fair-haired and blue-eyed, and he himself reportedly had several fair-haired or red-haired children. It is therefore possible that Edward was born with blonde or reddish-blonde hair, which darkened as he aged, and he may have had lighter-coloured eyes than his portraits depict. We do know for sure that Edward stood at least 6 feet 3 inches, or 191 centimetres tall, which was quite exceptional for medieval Europe, where the average adult male was usually no taller than roughly 5.5 feet, little more than 160 centimetres. Sir Thomas More later described Edward as strong and clean-made, or well-proportioned, with broad shoulders. In his youth, the tall, handsome, charming and vigorous Edward must have cut quite an impressive figure on horseback. Predictably, not the least notable of Edward's qualities was his love for the company of women, which his conduct throughout his romantic life, even as a married man, makes plain. Left to his own devices, Edward almost certainly would have lived a predictable life as the 4th Duke of York, willingly serving the king, inheriting the bulk of his father's estates, marrying, having children, and likely supporting a score of mistresses and their illegitimate children until his death. As it was, he was the firstborn son of a family with a legitimate claim to the English throne, in a country where the royal succession was dangerously murky. What made this situation more unstable was the perceived weakness of the reigning king, Henry VI, whose precarious health and reluctance to rule in the traditional fashion of medieval warrior king forced the nobles surrounding him to exercise power in his name. The growing influence of the king's few favoured ministers fostered competition and enmity amongst other prominent members of the English nobility. As a result of these conditions, almost from the very beginning, Edward's life and duty was given over to the advancement, and indeed the survival, of his family. Through his mother Richard, Duke of York was the legitimate great-grandson of Lionel of Antwerp, 1st Duke of Clarence, the second surviving son of the last undisputed King of England, Edward III. Through his father, Richard was also descended from Edward III's 4th surviving son, Edmund, 1st Duke of York. Edward III's eldest son, also named Edward and known as the Black Prince, had only a single male heir, Richard II, who subsequently had no children of his own. The Yorks later claimed that the closest male heir to the throne after the death of Richard II was actually the one-year-old infant, Roger Mortimer, the grandson of Lionel and the grandfather of Richard, Duke of York. The Duke would come to emphasize this lineage heavily by 1460, when the crown was within his grasp. Up until then, Richard Plantagenet had been content to emphasize his lineage only from the first Duke of York. This was most likely due to two factors. First, Richard was descended from the Mortimers not through his father, but through his mother, which weakened claims of inheritance in a society that favored sons. Additionally, Lionel, Duke of Clarence, had had no sons, but only a daughter, Philippa, while John of Gaunt, the third surviving son of Edward III, had borne a legitimate son, Henry Bolingbroke. Interestingly, while primogeniture remained overwhelmingly prevalent for centuries within English laws of inheritance, Edward IV was not the first King of England to stake a claim to the throne based upon the inheritance of a female ancestor, and neither would he be the last. Nonetheless, Richard, Duke of York, seemingly came to believe that his line had a claim to the English throne as good or better than that of the reigning king, Henry VI, of the ruling house of Lancaster, whose grandfather, Henry Bolingbroke, had usurped the throne from his cousin, Richard II. As we can see, a large part of the problem was that Edward III and his queen, Philippa of Hainault, had had so many children, most crucially, 5 sons who survived to adulthood. Most medieval kings were lucky to have an heir and a spare. During the lifetime of Edward III and those of his many sons, there was little indication of the turmoil in which their increasingly numerous descendants would become embroiled. Overlapping with the 100 Years' War with France, this period of roughly a century of major competition for the throne of England has been called the Wars of the Roses, after the badges worn by the opposing branches of the royal family, the White Rose of York and the Red Rose of Lancaster. Tensions rose between the ruling House of Lancaster and the House of York during the late 1440s and 1450s. Edward's father, Richard, found himself frequently sidelined in favour of the Lancastrian Dukes of Suffolk and Somerset, who not only held the king's ear, but also received positions and preferments not extended to the Duke of York. In 1446, the Duke of York's command post in Rouen was given instead to Edmund Beaufort, Duke of Somerset, which some historians see as the beginning of the bad blood between York and Lancaster. What made this situation more problematic was that by the 1450s, the crown was deeply in debt to the Duke of York, to the tune of almost $100,000. About 20% of this debt comprised loans the Duke had made to the crown, which remained unpaid, but the bulk of it represented unpaid wages for the dukes, several years of service in France. Meanwhile, the king's Lancastrian ministers regularly received repayment of loans made to the crown, including interest. The increasingly precarious state of England's economy by the early 1450s sparked rebellion in Kent and the southeast of England. Rebels led by the Irishman Jack Cade demanded the removal of the king's evil, greedy, and spendthrift advisors in favour of a broader representation of those men of good and noble birth. The Dukes of York, Exeter, Norfolk, and Buckingham were the names put forward most prominently by the rebels. Naturally, the Lancastrians suspected York of fomenting the rebellion to facilitate his own advancement, especially since Jack Cade took on the name of John Mortimer during the rebellion to associate himself with the Duke's perceived legitimacy as a prince of the blood. However, studies of the Kentish rebellion indicate that local political and judicial corruption was viewed by the rebels as manifestations of similar corruption at King Henry's court, and the tendency to demand the removal of evil councillors in favour of others was fairly typical in past rebellions. Until the birth of King Henry's son, Edward of Westminster, the Duke of York was technically the nearest claimant to the throne, and thus the most prominent man of good and noble birth in England, next to the king himself. This should not suggest, however, that the English people would support Henry's removal in the Duke's favour, which Richard Plantagenet would eventually discover to his own detriment. King Henry had been just a baby when he became king. Later, His lack of interest in government and his delegation of responsibility for his French territories to his Lancastrian favourites eventually resulted in the loss of all French lands won by his father, Henry V, save for Calais. This contributed to massive resentment of the king's Lancastrian advisors and of the king himself. Many English people looked bitterly upon the many decades, the vast sums of money, and the countless lives which appeared to have been wasted conquering France, only to lose almost all they had gained to the ineptitude of the king and his closest ministers. When Henry VI began to suffer mental health crises during the 1450s, the Duke of York was twice declared Lord Protector during the king's incapacity. Parliament and many of York's contemporaries distrusted the notion of a regency controlled by King Henry's queen, Margaret of Anjou. Queens of England often perceived such wariness from the English people because they were frequently foreigners. Foreign members of court were always suspected of being spies, and queens who attempted to exercise power were invariably accused of wrongfully usurping kingly prerogatives. In reality, any move Queen Margaret made to help secure her husband's throne or her son's inheritance would be viewed with hostility by the great men of the realm. Margaret observed the growth of the Yorkist cause with alarm and a determination to defeat the man who seemed bent on taking her own son's place as heir to the throne. Noble families equally dissatisfied with the influence of Queen Margaret, and the king's Lancastrian ministers at court joined the Yorkist cause, most particularly Duchess Cecily's clan, the powerful Northern Neville family, represented by her brother, Richard, Earl of Salisbury, and his highly charismatic son, also named Richard, Earl of Warwick. As the Yorkist faction cultivated support primarily in London and the southeast of England, and secured foreign strongholds in France and Ireland as effective springboards for invasion, Queen Margaret strove to rally support in the Lancastrian strongholds in the Midlands. The First Battle of St. Albans in May of 1455 was little more than a skirmish, but it set the English people on the path toward a series of internal conflicts, which would cause the crown to change hands no less than 6 times in the next 30 years. The beginnings of this civil war in England, which developed over roughly a decade and a half, encompassed virtually all of Edward's childhood. He was most likely at Ludlow Castle in 1452, observing the Duke of Somerset presiding over the trials of those who had served Edward's father, who took part in an attempted coup, after which the Duke of York had fled to Ireland. At the age of 11, Edward accompanied his father to London in his role as Lord Protector to open Parliament, where Edward was formally recognised for the first time as the Earl of March and his father's heir. At the age of 12, he reportedly led a force of 10,000 men from Ludlow in a march on London to liberate his father from prison. The Yorkist advance was swiftly reported, and the Duke was released before their arrival. As the Lancastrian and Yorkist factions edged closer towards open warfare, Edward and his younger brother Edmund were increasingly involved in politics and military mobilization, and were already expected to take on leadership roles. A letter written in June 1454 from the two boys to their father assured the Duke that Edward and Edmund were being dutiful in their studies and their military training. "We trust to God," the boys wrote, "that your gracious lordship and good fatherhood will be pleased." Following the First Battle of St. Albans in 1455, the recovered Henry VI, who desired peace above all else, sought to reconcile the great men of England and end the factional fighting. But the next 4 years were nonetheless fraught with open hostility at court and the recruitment of ever more armed retainers by both the Lancastrians and the Yorkists. In June of 1459, there was a meeting of the Great Council at Coventry, to which no member of the York faction was invited. The Lancastrian attendees emerged with legal indictments for the Duke of York and his cohorts, who immediately organised themselves to march in force on the capital. It was their intention to attempt a peaceful settlement with the king, who desired the same. But the Queen's Lancastrian forces intercepted the Earl of Salisbury's forces at Ludford Bridge. Following this struggle, the Yorks were attainted for treason, which basically forced them into open rebellion. After the rout at Ludford, in October 1459, Edward's family and supporters were separated as each fled the country. The Duke of York fled to Ireland with his son Edmund, Earl of Rutland, while Duchess Cecily and her younger children were taken into the custody of King Henry. They were exempted from the attainder, however, and treated kindly and generously. Meanwhile, Edward took shelter with his uncle Salisbury and his cousin Warwick in Devon. Later, they covertly made their way to Calais. Warwick had been appointed captain of Calais during the Duke of York's second stint as protector, and thanks to Warwick's charisma and his skill at diplomacy and public relations, this last English stronghold in France was well reinforced, with Yorkist supporters and sympathisers. Duke Richard likewise cultivated support for the Yorkist cause amongst the Irish earls, and within 6 months, the York faction was able to mount a successful invasion of England from both Ireland and France. Prior to the invasion, the Earl of Warwick spearheaded a widespread PR campaign to clarify the rebels' motives. He wrote dozens of letters and sent them to all regions of England. He also penned a manifesto to which he, Edward, and their respective fathers, the Dukes of Salisbury and York, all signed their names. The manifesto assured the people of England that the York faction was interested only in banishing corruption and restoring order and good government to the realm. They swore their loyalty to King Henry and their commitment to serve him, but protested that his evil councillors had passed the sentence of attainder against the Yorks in order to profit from their loss and death. Edward and Warwick landed at Sandwich in late June of 1460, accompanied by 2,000 men. They began their march to London, gathering supporters as they went. They knew that King Henry was marshalling his troops and reinforcing his position at Northampton, and that even now, Queen Margaret's forces were advancing on London. Margaret's army, however, had earned a fearsome reputation among the merchant class, as well as the common people. News of the pillaging and burning of towns along their route to London terrified the people of the capital, and the city decided to keep its gates fastened against the Lancastrian army. This course of action proved preferable when it became known that the Earls of March and Warwick would arrive in London at any moment. Queen Margaret, betrayed by the English people, many of whom hated and feared her, and unwilling to force her way into the capital, retreated north once again. On the 2nd of July, Edward and Warwick were warmly welcomed into the city by London's mayor, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and other assembled dignitaries and spectators, while the wary and outraged Lancastrian garrison withdrew into the tower. It seems highly unlikely that deposing King Henry and taking the throne for themselves was the goal for any of the Yorks at this point. It certainly does not seem to have been so for Edward and Warwick. They explained again that they desired above all else only to meet with and assert their loyalty to the king, whom they were certain would lift their sentences of attainder and restore their titles, fortunes, and inheritances, which had been revoked by the charges of treason. They promised then to help restore good government of the realm under King Henry. If, however, the king's councillors persisted in setting him against the House of York, his loyal subjects, they would have no choice but to fight. A corporate loan of $1,000 was extended to Edward and Warwick from the merchants of London to pay the soldiers who would fight in the coming battle. This relatively modest sum is somewhat telling. It suggests that the people of the capital trusted Edward more than Queen Margaret, but probably not by much. Further, it illustrates that the people of London believed Edward and Warwick when they insisted they had no plans to depose the king. For why would they fund such a venture? And if they were willing and desirous to have Henry deposed, why would they not have given the Yorks a more generous loan? 2 days after his arrival, Edward led his army out of London, arriving at Northampton on the 9th of July. Warwick was sent to negotiate with the Duke of Buckingham, who was quite unwilling to allow Warwick to see the king. There seemed to be no other course but to fight. Edward, Warwick, and Warwick's uncle, William Neville, Lord Falkenberg, each led one of 3 troop columns. The Yorks seemed to be facing an uphill battle at Northampton. They were outnumbered at least 2 to 1. The king's forces occupied a reinforced position and had the use of several large cannon. The Battle of Northampton was, in fact, the first military engagement in English history in which field artillery was actually present on the battlefield. Unfortunately for the Lancastrians, the 10th of July 1460 was an excessively rainy day, rendering their cannon useless. Further, the vanguard, commanded by Lord Edmund Grey, defected to the Yorkist side early in the battle, shifting the momentum quickly in the favour of York. With these rather fortunate advantages, the struggle lasted little more than half an hour. The number of casualties was not reported on the York side, which might suggest that they were minimal. 300 men fell on the Lancaster side, including the Duke of Buckingham, and all of the other high-ranking royalist captains. Edward and Warwick found King Henry in his tent, having been captured and detained by a Yorkist archer. They greeted him respectfully and informed him that they had come to escort him back to London. Though he was still the king, Henry was now effectively Edward and Warwick's prisoner. The Yorks entered London once again on the 16th of July in triumph. After the Lancastrian garrison at the Tower surrendered, the Yorks issued writs summoning Parliament for the 7th of October, where they planned to reverse the attainders of treason cast upon them by the Coventry meeting of June 1459. This was indeed the first act of the Parliament, which met in October of 1460. Edward, Warwick, and all the rest of the Yorkist supporters seemed content with this state of affairs, and it seems doubtful that any of them would have considered that deposing the king would be a good idea. King Henry was their greatest political asset, and as long as they could keep the most powerful and troublesome Lancastrians from court and sufficiently intimidated, their influence and prosperity was assured. Richard, Duke of York, however, seemed recently to have developed much loftier ambitions than simply regaining his former titles and properties, or contenting himself with the position of second most powerful man in England. Documentary sources confirm that as early as the 8th of September 1460, only 3 weeks after the writs summoning Parliament had been issued, the Duke of York had dropped King Henry's regnal year from all of his correspondence, dating all of his communications, instead using this year of grace, which was highly unusual. When he arrived in London for the Parliament in October, he rode like a king at the head of his retainers, his sword unsheathed and held upright before him in unmistakably royal fashion, his banners proudly displaying the royal arms of England. When he strode confidently into Parliament, laid his hands upon the throne, and declared himself king by virtue of his descent from Lionel, Duke of Clarence, elder brother of King Henry VI's great-grandfather, John of Gaunt, he was greeted with stunned and uneasy silence. Duke Richard's claims were apparently a step too far. What is noteworthy about the reaction to these proceedings is that the Parliament and its attendees were overwhelmingly pro-Yorkist, yet they clearly still had no desire to revisit the instability of a usurpation, nor were they willing to repudiate solemn oaths of loyalty which they had all sworn to King Henry. Edward was almost certainly present at this historic Parliament, and one can only imagine what he thought of his father's actions in that moment. But if the reactions of York's Neville relations are any indication, it is possible that he was as embarrassed and taken aback as they, for, whether or not they knew of the Duke's intentions, neither Salisbury nor Warwick spoke a word or made any gesture in support of the Duke's claim. The Commons declined to deliberate on such academic matters of succession, leaving it to the Lords to decide. Most of the power brokers present distrusted and disliked Margaret of Anjou, and had clearly bought into the convenient rumours that her son, Edward of Westminster, was not King Henry's son and was therefore illegitimate. With the Act of Accord, Parliament ultimately recognised the Duke as the legitimate heir to the throne upon Henry's death, but would not consent to the deposition of the king. Parliament and the Yorks had reckoned without Queen Margaret, however, whose suspicions that the Duke of York sought to dethrone her husband and disinherit her son had now been totally confirmed. She began to marshal her forces in the north of England, and loyal Lancastrians flocked to join her army at Hull. Most problematic for the Yorkist cause was that their main holdings and properties were in the north, and many of them were now being raided and despoiled by the Lancastrians. In early December, the Duke of York departed for the north at the head of his army, together with his son, Edmund, and his brother-in-law, Salisbury. Meanwhile, Edward was sent to Wales to recruit troops, and Warwick stayed behind to hold London. Then, at the news of his father's death at the Battle of Wakefield, Edward prepared to depart for London, but changed his plans to meet the advancing forces of Jasper Tudor at Mortimer's Cross. Following Edward's victory, he learned of the unfortunate losses suffered by Warwick and his men at the Second Battle of St. Albans. Warwick had been wounded, and King Henry had been recaptured by the Lancastrians, but the city of London had shown her Yorkist colours once again, and shut their gates to Margaret of Anjou. Now that his father was dead, the 18-year-old Edward was the heir to the House of York. They had secured the capital and still had the support of many in Parliament, but they had lost King Henry, who had been the pivot around which Yorkist authority had coalesced. It may be convincingly argued that Edward believed that the only option now was to assume the throne himself. He had not been the one to set his family upon this path, but they must seemingly stay on it or be destroyed. Edward almost certainly understood, as did the rest of his family and his supporters, that if they yielded the throne back to King Henry, none of them would be likely to survive the wrath of Margaret of Anjou or other loyal Lancastrians. He had not intended to assume the throne, but the fact that he acted quickly and decisively when he believed it necessary testifies to his confidence. Given the popular disaffection with the regime of King Henry VI, as well as popular dislike of his queen, perhaps Edward believed he could only do better. The fact that Edward was essentially thrust upon the throne by the actions of his father and the vagaries of circumstance should not suggest, however, that he found becoming king unwelcome, or that he in any way hesitated to exercise the powers and prerogatives of a king when the opportunity arose. Edward's entry into London on the 26th of February 1461 and the events of the next 9 days were carefully choreographed. Both he and Warwick were warmly received by the people. One chronicler reported a verse being sung in Edward's praise among Londoners in the days following his arrival. "Let us walk in a new vineyard, and let us make a gay garden in the month of March with this fair white rose and herb, the Earl of March." Edward's lineage and its superiority to the lineage of the Lancastrian usurpers was emphasized in public speeches. On the 3rd of March, the new Great Council, thrown together, rather quickly met and agreed to accept Edward as king. On the morning of the 4th of March, he attended Mass at St. Paul's before processing to the Great Hall at Westminster. There, the Archbishop of Canterbury administered Edward the oath. He was draped in royal robes, crowned with the cap of estate, and took his seat upon the King's Bench, sceptre in hand. After this rather rapid coronation, the more formal incarnation of which would come a few months later, Edward IV was proclaimed king throughout the capital. Just 2 days later, dozens of proclamations, writs, and letters were sent out to help consolidate the new Yorkist regime. The English people were invited to pledge their loyalty to the new king. All who had served in the Lancastrian cause against the Yorkists were promised a full pardon and the retention of their property on condition they submit to the new monarchy, except for a short list of roughly 24 high-ranking Lancastrians and anyone with an income of more than 100 marks per year, which was virtually all of the nobility and gentry. Using this strategy, Edward placed far more pressure on the English elite to support his right to rule. Further, it was decreed that anyone who killed or captured and handed over a high-ranking Lancastrian enemy to King Edward would receive a reward of $100. These measures were effective to a point, but there was still far more to do to bring England under Edward's control. The Yorkists held London and the southeast, and were steadily cultivating greater support in the south, but Wales and the north of England remained a patchwork of Lancastrian, Yorkist, and regional loyalties, which would take more time and effort to subdue and stabilize. Additionally, the general instability wrought by civil war in England had emboldened the Scots to begin raids and hostile incursions over the northern border. Edward had less than 3 weeks in London to plan his next move before he went out on campaign again. On the 13th of March, he departed London, leading an army headed for Yorkshire. The Battle of Towton, fought on the 29th of March, 1461, was the bloodiest of the entire Civil War, with likely the highest casualties of any battle ever fought on English soil. Estimates of those killed at Towton range from as few as 9,000 to 28,000. Roughly 75% of the English peerage had at least one family member present at the battle, and based on the number of retainers, each was capable of putting into the field. A maximum estimate of 50,000 men engaged at the peak of battle is not far-fetched. Edward's forces were significantly outnumbered, but his typical approach of bold, courageous offensives and conscientious use of every advantage eventually routed the main Lancastrian forces. The armies of Lancaster occupied the higher ground, but the Yorkist archers took advantage of the harsh, bitter winds and snow blowing into their enemies' faces, unleashing a barrage of arrows into the Lancastrian ranks. Meanwhile, the high winds and reduced visibility rendered the Lancastrian archers nearly useless. Incensed, they charged down the hill towards the enemy, and Edward's army rushed out to meet them. The battle raged all day, but despite their superior numbers, the Lancastrians were eventually defeated, and the survivors were routed by nightfall. Towton constituted a major consolidation of Edward's power. It precipitated the flight to Scotland of Henry VI, Margaret of Anjou, and their son, Edward of Westminster. It had cut a swathe through the English nobility and crippled their ability to resist the new Yorkist regime. It had loosened the Lancastrian grip on the north of England by removing the royalist northern earls, leaving the region open to greater control by the Yorkists. Some Lancastrian loyalists had escaped, but many had fled the country with the royal family. Finally, Towton had allowed Edward to cover himself in glory and legitimize his claim to the throne, not just by right of birth, but by right of conquest as well. Edward's reign lasted roughly 2 decades and is unique in English history. He is the only king of England to have ever won the throne, to have lost it, and to have later won the throne a second time. Consequently, his reign is typically organized historically into 2 periods: his first reign and his second reign. Edward's rule was strengthened after his victory at Towton, but Lancastrian resistance remained a pressing issue for the next 3 years. The regions of Northumberland and Wales proved to be particularly staunch supporters of Lancaster and difficult to subdue. Edward largely delegated the quelling of these ongoing regional rebellions to his lieutenants, particularly during his first year as king, when he was busy taking the reins of government and management of the kingdom's legal and financial infrastructure in hand. Edward presided over his first parliament in November of 1461, at which his legitimate right to the crown was proclaimed. The Lancastrian line was characterized as one of usurpation, and the increasing degeneracy of the realm was noted. As far as conditions surrounding England's economic and local judicial affairs were concerned, Edward was not exaggerating. Under Henry VI's government, royal revenues had fallen to less than a quarter of what they had been at the end of the previous century. The constant wars with France and the instability of English politics had taken their toll on the 15th century economy in England. Worse still, justice was just as uneven, inefficient, and tainted by corruption as it had been during the Kentish Rebellion a decade before. Edward vowed to take this disastrous situation firmly in hand. To a significant extent, Edward did endeavour to keep these promises. His repeated attendance in the court of the King's Bench was remarkable enough behaviour for a king to be discussed amongst contemporary London commentators. He exhorted the great men whom he had generously gifted with duchies and earldoms to oversee the equitable and ethical dispensation of justice. But in reality, local control was almost complete, and the king's control of individual regions was tenuous, held together only by the strength of Edward's personality and the loyalty he strove to cultivate through generosity and magnanimity. Edward was also the first king to introduce the methods of privatization to the management of royal lands and finances. Although the Tudors, beginning with Henry VII, tend to get most of the credit for this kind of innovation, the fact that Edward IV was never raised or groomed to be king explains much about his approach to royal revenues, which he handled as if they were a privately owned estate, rather than continue the medieval practice of collecting fixed rents from tenant farmers who were typically allowed to keep any profits. Edward instead hired stewards and receivers to whom he paid wages in order to collect all profits. Further, royal revenues were now paid to the king's personal household account rather than the royal exchequer. Edward was also the first king to invest his own money in various business and finance ventures in much the same manner as any merchant. In this manner, he reduced the likelihood that he would have to rely on parliamentary taxation for funding. By the middle of his second reign, he had managed to chip away at most of England's debts. Unfortunately, he had also piled up some of his own. Edward understood that he was expected to fit the image of the splendid medieval warrior king. He had displayed impressive bravery and skill on the battlefield, and now he was determined to outshine Henry VI in every other way as well. Edward therefore spent consistently and lavishly on fine clothes, rich jewels, exquisite tapestries, plate, and fine furnishings for his palaces. He succeeded in cutting an immensely impressive figure, especially compared to the notably frail, confused, and shabby King Henry, when his power was at its final ebb. For Edward, it was crucial that both his subjects and foreign dignitaries should see him as the ideal king. He understood that the image of prosperity would make loans far more accessible to the crown, and that the valuable assets he was accumulating could serve 2 purposes. as financial collateral and as a means to impress visitors. The expense that it took to secure such magnificence meant that by the time of his death, Edward left the treasury only marginally better off than he found it. Edward was barely 19 years old when he assumed the throne, and as a young man, he was sometimes more apt to pursue his pleasures than immerse himself in the day-to-day nitty-gritty of governing. Edward was fond of riding, hunting, jousting, and feasting and drinking with his friends. Luckily, his love of the table did not affect him adversely as a young man, since he was highly active and athletic. Edward also kept quite a few mistresses during his reign, although only a few are known by name. Lady Elizabeth Lucy was Edward's mistress for many years, both before and after his marriage, and he had 2 illegitimate children by her, whom he acknowledged, Arthur and Elizabeth. Other well-known mistresses of Edward's include the married Lady Butler, Eleanor Talbot, and Elizabeth Shaw, known more popularly as Jane Shaw. In the first few years of Edward's first reign, when he seemed to want to play rather than work, he had the habit of delegating many political duties to the highest ranking and most trusted great men in the Yorkist faction, principally Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick. Warwick was highly intelligent, capable, and had been crucial to both the military and propaganda campaigns in the Yorkist cause. Edward had been exceedingly generous to all of his family and supporters, and this was no less true of Warwick. He had rewarded this most important of his lieutenants with the stewardship of the Duchy of Lancaster, the post of Lord High Admiral of England, and many other offices and preferments. For the first few years of Edward's reign, the king was largely approachable only through Warwick. This contributed to the conviction of many contemporary observers, and almost certainly Warwick himself, that he, rather than Edward, was the real ruler of England. His active involvement in the success of the Yorkist cause and his execution of Edward's policies and administration during the early years had earned him the label the Kingmaker. No doubt, Warwick had been pivotal to Edward's accession to the throne and to the consolidation of Yorkist power during Edward's first reign. But perhaps these facts caused Warwick, as well as some of Edward's biographers and historians, to forget the reality that Edward was not his puppet, but very much his own man, with a mind and a will of his own. Chief among Warwick's early grievances with Edward involved the king's marriage. Warwick had in mind a prestigious royal marriage to a French princess for Edward, and he also favoured a pro-French trade policy, which he worked assiduously to cultivate. When Edward declined to follow Warwick's advice in these matters, it drove a wedge between them, which steadily worsened during the later 1460s. The first blow came in the summer of 1464, when, to forestall any arrangement of a royal marriage, Edward abruptly announced that he had wed Elizabeth Woodville, the widowed Lady Grey, in secret at her family's home some weeks previously. Not only did this inconvenience and embarrass Warwick, who had been negotiating for a French princess on the king's behalf, but it showed that the still youthful 22-year-old Edward was far less pliable than Warwick had believed. The king's marriage was controversial to most of his court. Elizabeth was not only a widow with 2 young sons, but her late husband had died fighting for the Lancastrians. Her father, Sir Richard Rivers, was not a nobleman, but a common knight, who had wed the noble widow of the Duke of Bedford, Jacquetta of Luxembourg. Elizabeth was, critics said distastefully, no fit consort for a king. More troubling to Warwick and other high-ranking Yorkists was the large family that the new queen brought with her. Her numerous siblings and later, her many children, were soon betrothed in the most prestigious matches that the English nobility could offer, stimulating much jealousy, resentment, and concern that there would be far fewer advantageous marriages to be arranged for the children of the Yorkist peerage. Elizabeth and Edward, however, showed every sign of their happiness and obvious love for one another, despite the furore they had wrought in the court and across the country with their unconventional and socially unequal marriage. Reportedly, Edward was immediately smitten with Elizabeth. In portraits and illustrations, she seems to have had golden or reddish blonde hair, and one chronicler described her as the most beautiful woman in the island of Britain, with lovely heavy-lidded eyes. The most famous portrait of Elizabeth Woodville, displayed at Queen's College at Cambridge, shows a face with very fine features and what appear to be warm, light brown eyes. The painting is believed to be a copy of one painted from life in 1471, but again, the details of her appearance like those in Edward's portraiture, might not be quite accurate. Edward, a notorious libertine with women at the best of times, was said to have propositioned Elizabeth very soon after their first meeting, when she had petitioned him for the return of her husband's property following his death. The story goes that Elizabeth had initially refused to submit to Edward's desires, defending her honor, quite literally, with a knife. Obsessed and unable to forget her, the young king then offered her marriage. What is remarkable about this particular royal marriage is the ease with which Edward could have bedded and discarded Elizabeth. He could easily have denied or repudiated a marriage conducted in secret had he wanted to, especially one so disadvantageous and guaranteed to be opposed by almost everyone. The most reasonable explanation for the fact that he did not was that he loved Elizabeth and had no wish to marry anyone else. Their marriage was a prolific one, producing 10 children over 14 years, 8 of whom survived infancy and 5 of whom survived their adolescence. Nonetheless, Edward continued to take mistresses with regularity even after his marriage to Elizabeth Woodville, which no doubt strained their relationship, but which did not appear to unduly upset the close and happy family life which both Edward and Elizabeth worked to cultivate. Edward's marriage had alienated and inconvenienced Warwick, but he was perhaps made angrier by the king's decision in 1467 to pursue a Burgundian trade policy rather than a French one. To Warwick's dismay, Edward cemented his new alliance with Duke Charles of Burgundy by giving him his sister Margaret in marriage. Warwick grew sullen and resentful in the ensuing years, and began to look to Edward's younger brother, George, Duke of Clarence, as a more promising replacement for the king he could not control. In 1469, Warwick and Clarence began circulating a rumour on the continent that Edward was illegitimate, in order to plant the seeds of doubt which might clear George's path to the throne. Against Edward's strict refusals, Warwick and Clarence slipped away to Calais, where Warwick wed his daughter Isabel to George. Subsequently, rebellions broke out in the north of England, which some historians consider to have been fomented by Warwick and Clarence, but which could just as easily have been the result of ongoing economic difficulties and local corruption which the conspirators exploited for their own purposes. When they attempted to deal with the northern rebels, Edward's forces were intercepted by Warwick's at Edgecote Moor, where they suffered a terrible defeat. Edward subsequently fell into Warwick's hands, and in the ensuing months, Warwick attempted to force his abdication, or failing that, exercise power in Edward's name. He did not have sufficient support to buttress either his own or Clarence's authority, however, and was soon forced to release his outraged king and cousin. Edward was reportedly deeply shocked and hurt by the betrayal of his brother and his cousin, 2 people he loved and had trusted implicitly. The years 1469, 1470 must have been a time of enormous stress and dejection for Edward, who had to confront the mistakes he had made as king, the duplicity of his family, and the grief and rage of his wife, whose father and brother Warwick had executed after the battle at Edgecote. Edward demonstrated his constructive spirit and magnanimity by forgiving Warwick and Clarence, organising a public reconciliation in Parliament and restoring them to favour. But by 1470, it was clear that Warwick and Clarence had not abandoned their schemes to unsettle Edward's reign when both were implicated in facilitating a rebellion in Lincolnshire. To avoid Edward's wrath, the 2 fled once again to Calais, which shut its doors to Warwick. At this point, Warwick and Clarence were short on both options and supporters, and they had little choice but to throw in their lot with the exiled Lancastrians. The King of France helped organise a reconciliation between Warwick and Margaret of Anjou. Together, they planned an invasion of England and arranged the marriage between Warwick's daughter, Anne Neville, and Margaret's son, Edward of Westminster. Unfortunately, Edward was in Yorkshire dealing with another rebellion when Warwick invaded the capital. Queen Elizabeth and her 3 young daughters, Elizabeth, Mary and Cecily, fled into sanctuary at Westminster Abbey, and Henry VI was released from the Tower, where he had been imprisoned since his capture in 1465, and was reinstated as king. The second reign of Henry VI was short and turbulent. The terribly fractious mix of Lancastrians and Yorkists made the imperial centre weak and inefficient. Within less than a year in exile in Holland and Flanders, respectively, Edward had gathered sufficient strength to retake England once more. Edward arrived in London in early April of 1471, where he reconciled with his brother. George had been alienated by the plan to reinstate Henry VI, most likely because he saw no profit in it for him. His mother and sisters had assured him in secret, communications that if he threw himself on Edward's mercy, he would be welcomed back into the family fold. Edward then marched his men out of London to face Warwick and Margaret of Anjou. On the morning of Easter Sunday, under a near impenetrable fog which he used to his full advantage, Edward's forces defeated Warwick's at the Battle of Barnet. Warwick was killed on the battlefield, and mere days later, Edward's armies confronted those of Margaret of Anjou at Tewkesbury, where despite their superior numbers, Edward once again prevailed. Margaret's son, Edward of Westminster, was killed in battle, while the Lancastrian queen herself was taken prisoner. Edward re-entered London in triumph on the 21st of May, 1471. He went immediately to Westminster to be reunited with his wife and children. There, he discovered that during her time in sanctuary, Queen Elizabeth had given birth to their first son, Prince Edward. The king's happiness was described in a contemporary poem. The king comforted the queen. His sweet, baby full tenderly he did kiss. The young prince he beheld, and in his arms did bear. Thus his bale turned him to bliss. After sorrow, joy. The course of the world is. The sight of his baby released part of his woe. Thus the will of God in everything done. Edward had survived his deposition, fought the final battles of his military career, regained the throne, and thankfully, his family had been kept safe. But the ugliness necessary to preserve his power was not yet complete. That very night, King Henry VI was murdered in the Tower. Most historians agree that it was most likely done on Edward's orders, by means of a hard and swift blow to the back of the head, while Henry's son, Edward of Westminster, was still alive. There was no point in killing Henry, an action which would remove an imprisoned heir and create a new one who was already walking free. Now that his son was dead, Henry could be safely removed. Some historians believe that this dark deed was carried out by Edward's younger brother, Richard, Duke of Gloucester. Intelligent, ambitious, and reputedly ruthless, Richard had remained steadfastly loyal to Edward, which makes his later alleged crimes against his nephews, remembered as the princes in the Tower, all the more heinous and puzzling. Now, Edward IV was king indeed. His second reign, which lasted for the remaining 12 years of his life, was somewhat more placid than the first, and greater domestic peace allowed him to focus more intently on the reforms he had not fully achieved during his first decade on the throne. Edward continued his work to improve the rule of law, making a point of accompanying officials to oversee the reform and administration of justice, particularly in regions where unrest and rebellion had penetrated. While perhaps no medieval king could have succeeded in entirely banishing the phenomenon of local corruption, England under Edward IV at least attained a greater stability and institutional efficiency than had ever been the case under Henry VI. Edward also continued to work to make the crown financially solvent once again. In addition to his innovative strategy of privatization of royal lands and finances to increase profits, sometimes Edward's methods of revenue raising were less than honest. The confiscation of Lancastrian lands and assets was par for the course with any regime change, and these brought in a great deal of revenue, but the king frequently had to award them to his brothers and supporters to keep them happy. Edward frequently made use of benevolences, which were payments to the king to avoid military service. Further, Edward made sure that when the English coinage was revalued during his reign, he raised the minting fees on gold and silver coins, which brought him a handsome profit. The king was also not above petitioning Parliament for funds in order to go to war, but then promptly making peace with his supposed enemies and appropriating the parliamentary grant to swell the royal coffers. This is precisely what he did in 1475, when he undertook an invasion of France. It does not appear, however, that this was his intention from the beginning. Edward was a military man and a great general, and no doubt he was attracted to the idea of victory and martial glory in France, which would ensure his fame and immortality alongside Henry V and Edward III. He spent years cultivating military alliances with Burgundy and Brittany against the French king, and made great efforts to foster peaceful relations with the Scots so that they would not invade England in France's favour. Yet, by the time Edward finally made it to France, accompanied by all his nobility and their retainers, his allies had deserted him. His subsequent decision to sue for peace was a pragmatic and intelligent decision, which secured the best possible outcome Edward could have wanted given the circumstances. No money was wasted in any protracted campaign, and the king, Louis XV, had been so anxious for the English to leave that he agreed to a generous tribute of $15,000 and an additional $10,000 per annum, and a marriage between the Dauphin and Edward's eldest daughter, Elizabeth, who would receive a jointure of $60,000, an absurd and unprecedented sum for a royal marriage. Edward's captains and the English people, however, saw it very differently. Many were alienated by Edward's decision not to fight the French and viewed his peace strategy as a sign of cowardice and a cause for shame. The nobility were soon pacified by the economic advantages of the peace, from which they benefited. But Edward's broader popularity suffered a significant dip after 1475, and he began to gain a reputation for avarice and greed. Still, the results of the French campaign ensured that Edward never again had to petition Parliament for funds, and it ensured that when the king died, he would not leave his heir with a mountain of debts. However, thanks to his own profligate spending, the royal treasury had only about $200 in cash upon Edward's death. Worse still, Edward's relationship with his brother George deteriorated significantly in the ensuing years. Edward refused to allow his brother to marry the heiress of Burgundy, as he was still fearful that given the power and the opportunity, his brother might still challenge him for the throne. Resentful, George sought to revive not only the old rumors that Edward was the bastard son of a common archer, but that he had been previously wed in secret prior to his marriage, and that therefore all of his children were bastards as well. He was also said to have paid a seer to foretell the king's death. Far from being forgiving this time, Edward presided over George's trial for treason himself, and the Duke of Clarence was executed in the Tower on the 18th of February 1478. Some discussion of Edward's legitimacy is merited here, for it has been a significant source of contention among historians in the last 2 decades. In 2002, historian Michael K. Jones uncovered evidence which he believed provided conclusive proof that Edward IV was, in fact, illegitimate. The parish records of Rouen Cathedral indicate that roughly 9 months before Edward's birth in April 1442, during a crucial 5-week period when Edward was likely to have been conceived, Richard, Duke of York, was on campaign in Pontoise. However, this evidence also rests on several assumptions, none of which can be verified for certain. First, Jones assumes that Duchess Cecily remained in Rouen for the entirety of this period, or that Duke Richard did not return at any point during the Pontoise campaign, neither of which can be confirmed. Further, we know that Duchess Cecily had just lost her second child, a son named Henry, who lived only a few days. Cecily and Richard had departed England for Rouen shortly after the child's death. During Hiei, the Duke and Duchess had grown up together in the same household, and while their marriage had been arranged since they were children, their relationship was as close to a love match as an arranged marriage in the medieval period could possibly have been. The notion that Cecily would have had an affair, betraying the husband she ostensibly loved, while still grieving for her dead son, strains credulity somewhat. Even more unlikely is the possibility that the Duchess, who would have been constantly surrounded by servants in her daily life, could have done something so scandalous as to have an affair with a common archer without anyone ever finding out. While the Rouen Cathedral Register is a compelling piece of historical evidence, it is far from conclusive, and most historians still continue to accept that Edward IV was of legitimate birth. After all, the rumours of Edward's illegitimacy first appeared in 1469, when Warwick was attempting to place George on the throne in Edward's place. In the spring of 1483, Edward became seriously ill. Observers and chroniclers differ on the cause of his illness. One stated that he had caught a chill while fishing on the River Thames, which later developed into a fever. Others claimed he had been poisoned. Yet another claimed that the king had suffered a fit of apoplexy or a stroke. Considering Edward's lifestyle and weight gain in later years, this is probably the most likely scenario. The king lived for only 10 more days after the onset of his mysterious illness, but it was long enough to revise his will and arrange for governance and stability during his son's minority. His brother Richard, Duke of Gloucester, was to be appointed Lord Protector until the 12-year-old Prince Edward came of age. While he was only 40 years old, Edward was lucky enough to die in his bed, with his family and his dearest friends at his bedside, assured and comforted that his son would succeed him. These were luxuries afforded few medieval warrior kings. Some historians assert that Edward's legacy is not as celebrated as it deserves to be. He was undoubtedly one of the greatest generals ever to sit upon the English throne, having never lost a battle at which he had been present. Yet his name is almost never mentioned alongside England's greatest warrior kings, such as Henry V or Edward III. The most likely reason for this is that all of Edward's victories were against his own countrymen, rather than against foreigners, and many historians have likely found it difficult to celebrate the abilities of a man whose military genius resulted in the shedding of so much English blood and the destruction of the flower of English chivalry in the mid to late 15th century. Moreover, Edward's legal and financial reforms laid the groundwork for the later Tudor regime, which allowed for greater ease of centralization, facilitating England's journey to eventually becoming Great Britain. Edward was well liked by the English people for much of his reign, which is apparent in the public outpouring of grief and national mourning that followed his death. He was, in many ways, a far more approachable king than the English people had ever had. He was warm, friendly, likable, forgiving, brave, and confident. He was also probably the most English king that the realm had had since the Norman conquest, a quality that the English people, who distrusted most foreigners, undoubtedly appreciated. Edward's parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents were all born and bred Englishmen. Moreover, Edward married an English woman himself rather than a foreign princess, which was almost never the case for English royals. Some historians consider Edward IV to have failed as king because of the chaos, violence, and upheaval that followed. His death, with the imprisonment of his sons, the usurpation by his brother Richard, and his subsequent war with Henry Tudor for the throne. However, this perspective fails to take into account that had Edward lived, his children would have dominated the royal marriage market of Europe by marrying into the royal families of France, Spain, Scotland, and Denmark, and quite possibly other royal houses as well. Moreover, had Edward IV lived longer, his son would have succeeded to the throne, and the Tudor dynasty might never have appeared. Yet, thanks to the clever and skillful negotiations of Elizabeth Woodville with Henry Tudor's mother, Margaret Beaufort, the eldest child of Edward IV did in fact succeed to the throne. When Elizabeth of York married Henry Tudor and was crowned Queen of England, she became the progenitor of her father's legacy, a long line of kings and queens of England. Edward V, born in 1470, was the eldest son of King Edward IV and Elizabeth Woodville. His short-lived reign, lasting only from April to June of 1483, is one of the most enigmatic chapters in English history. Despite being the rightful heir to the throne, Edward V never had the chance to be crowned. His reign was marred by political turmoil, and his mysterious disappearance just months after his father's death would alter the course of England's royal succession. Edward was only 12 years old when he ascended to the throne following the sudden death of his father, King Edward IV. But with his youth came vulnerability, and he was far too young to rule without the guidance of a regent. This is where his uncle, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, would step in as Lord Protector. However, what seemed to be a simple arrangement soon gave way to a darker and more complicated power struggle that would change everything. The mystery of Edward V's disappearance has captivated historians for centuries. After being placed in the Tower of London with his younger brother Richard, Duke of York, Edward was never seen again. What happened during those crucial months of his reign remains shrouded in uncertainty. Was Edward V murdered? Was his death the result of political machinations? Was he even alive at the time of his disappearance, or did he simply vanish from history? This documentary explores the life and untimely end of Edward V, focusing on the events leading up to his disappearance and the subsequent rise of Richard III. While Edward V's reign was short, the impact of his loss reverberated throughout English history. His absence paved the way for the chaotic years that followed, influencing the fate of the throne and the future of the Yorkist dynasty. The story of Edward V is one of intrigue, tragedy, and mystery. His reign may have been brief, but the questions surrounding his disappearance continue to intrigue and puzzle historians, making his place in history as elusive as his final days. What truly happened to Edward V? The answer to this question has remained one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of English royal history. But one thing is certain. His disappearance set off a chain of events that would forever alter the trajectory of the English throne, leading to the rise of his uncle, Richard III, and a new era of power struggles within the royal court. Edward V was born on November 2nd, 1470, at the Palace of Westminster in London. As the firstborn son of King Edward IV and Elizabeth Woodville, he entered the world into a royal lineage that was steeped in conflict and intrigue. The House of York, to which Edward belonged, was in the midst of a fierce and ongoing struggle for power against the House of Lancaster. This war, known as the Wars of the Roses, deeply influenced his early life, shaping not only his future, but also the political landscape of England. Edward's early years were marked by both privilege and instability. His father, Edward IV, was the reigning king, having secured the throne after defeating Henry VI of Lancaster. Edward V's mother, Elizabeth Woodville, was the daughter of a lesser noble. Yet through her marriage to Edward IV, she became Queen of England. Elizabeth was a powerful figure in her own right and played a crucial role in her son's life. Despite the luxury of the royal court, Edward's childhood was never truly peaceful, as the ongoing civil war between the two rival houses cast a shadow over the kingdom. In the early years of his life, Edward spent time at various royal estates. One of his first homes was in Rouen, Normandy, where his family lived while Edward IV was engaged in the French campaigns of the 100 Years' War. Edward V's early years in Rouen were shared with his siblings, including his younger brother, Richard, Duke of York, and his sister Anne. The royal court in exile was not without its tensions, but the family remained a unit during these formative years. When Edward was only 3 years old, his family returned to England, taking up residence in Fotheringhay Castle in Northamptonshire. At this point, the political environment in England was anything but stable. Edward IV's reign was marked by constant power struggles, and while he had secured his position on the throne, many still opposed him. These political tensions would influence the future Edward V, as his upbringing would not only be shaped by royal duties, but by the volatile world of English nobility and politics. Throughout his early childhood, Edward was exposed to the intricacies of royal life. His parents, particularly his mother, were keen on ensuring that he was prepared for the responsibilities that would one day be his. Edward's education was typical for a young nobleman, and he was likely taught by private tutors. At various royal residences, his lessons would have included languages, Latin, French, and possibly some English, as well as history and religious studies. These subjects were vital for any member of the aristocracy, especially someone destined for the throne. Edward's military training also began at an early age. It was customary for young princes to receive lessons in horsemanship, sword fighting, and the art of warfare, skills that would prove crucial for any ruler in the medieval world. These martial skills were important not only for their practical use but also for their symbolic significance. A king was expected to lead his men in battle, and it was through these early lessons that Edward would learn the responsibilities of kingship. Even though Edward was young, the pressure to learn these skills was immense. The political and military environment of the time demanded it, as the wars between the houses of York and Lancaster seemed to be never ending. As a young boy, Edward was not only trained in academic and military subjects, but he was also taught the courtly manners required to navigate the world of nobility. Etiquette, music, and dancing were all part of his education, as these were essential for his future role as a leader and symbol of power. Though we know little about his intellectual inclinations, it is clear that Edward was given a well-rounded education designed to prepare him for his future role as king. Despite the stability of the royal court, Edward's childhood was not without its challenges. The instability of the Wars of the Roses affected him directly. As the son of a king, Edward's life was continually shaped by the political machinations of those around him. His father, Edward IV, faced challenges to his rule, and the ongoing struggles for control over the throne meant that the royal family was always at risk. This political uncertainty would have shaped Edward's view of the world, preparing him for the intense power struggles he would face later in life. Elizabeth Woodville, Edward's mother, played a prominent role in his upbringing. As queen consort, She was a powerful figure in her own right, and her influence on Edward cannot be overstated. Elizabeth was known for her intelligence, political acumen, and devotion to her children, all of which played a part in shaping Edward's character. However, her role in Edward's early life was not just that of a mother. She was also an important political figure, and her actions and decisions would significantly affect the course of her son's life. As Edward grew older, the political climate in England continued to shift. The death of Edward IV in 1483 thrust Edward V into the role of king at the young age of 12. His childhood and education had prepared him for this moment, but the events that unfolded after his father's death would soon change the course of Edward V's life. Though he had been educated to be a monarch, he would soon find himself caught in a web of intrigue, power struggles, and treachery that he was too young to fully understand. In conclusion, Edward V's early life was shaped by the tumultuous, political climate of 15th century England. His education was both practical and symbolic, preparing him for his future role as king. His childhood was marked by the constant tension between the houses of York and Lancaster, and the looming threat of political instability was a shadow that hung over him throughout his early years. Despite the luxury of royal life, Edward was not immune to the pressures of his position. His upbringing, guided by his mother and influenced by the power struggles of the time, would lay the foundation for his short and tragic reign. Edward V's life would be irrevocably altered in April of 1483, when his father, King Edward IV, died unexpectedly. The sudden death of the king thrust the young Edward V, barely 12 years old, into the role of monarch. Edward V had never expected to ascend to the throne so soon, and the event set off a whirlwind of political unrest that would shape the future of England. Edward IV's death came as a shock. Though he had faced health issues, his sudden passing left little time for preparations. Edward V was named king by right of inheritance, but at the age of 12, he was far too young to rule independently. Thus, the question of who would govern in his stead became one of immense importance. In this power vacuum, the Duke of Gloucester, Richard, the brother of the late Edward IV, was appointed as Lord Protector, tasked with overseeing the governance of the kingdom until Edward V came of age. However, Richard's appointment was not merely a matter of duty, it became the spark for a power struggle that would soon engulf the court. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, was ambitious, and many at the time suspected that his motivations were not purely loyal. The arrangement meant that Richard had immense power and influence, and this soon translated into a dangerous political maneuvering that cast a shadow over Edward V's reign. Though Edward V was technically the king, he was but a child, and his capacity to rule was limited to the symbolic. The regency, intended to guide Edward until he was able to rule, became a battleground for control. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, saw the death of his brother as an opportunity to secure his own position. While Edward V remained in the Tower of London, Richard began to take steps to consolidate his power. His actions became increasingly assertive, and the growing influence of the Duke began to raise concerns among other members of the nobility and the court. Richard's political cunning and strategic alliances with powerful figures within the kingdom further enabled him to strengthen his position. In the midst of this power struggle, Edward V, a mere child, found himself caught in a game far beyond his control. Despite being the rightful heir to the throne, his reign was immediately overshadowed by Richard's ambition. Edward V, even as king, was relegated to a figurehead. The lords and advisors around him took actions that were more about securing their own power than securing the interests of the young king. His youth and inexperience rendered him vulnerable, and the political landscape was rife with tension and distrust. In many ways, the death of Edward IV marked the beginning of the end for Edward V's reign. The regency, originally intended to safeguard the kingdom until the young king could rule, quickly descended into chaos. Richard's role as Lord Protector was increasingly challenged by rival factions, each vying for control of the crown. Even though Edward V was the legitimate monarch, he was unable to assert his authority, and his power remained a distant illusion. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, would eventually take matters into his own hands. Through a series of actions, including controversial legal claims and political maneuvering, Richard positioned himself to become the true ruler of England. The seeds of the eventual usurpation of the throne were sown during this tumultuous period. Though Edward V's reign was never truly established, the political landscape began to shift in Richard's favour. Richard, sensing his chance to seize the throne, would stop at nothing to ensure his own rise to power. Edward V's ascension to the throne, a moment that should have marked the beginning of his reign, instead set off a chain of events that would lead to the destruction of his legacy. In the months following his father's death, the young king's life was overshadowed by political maneuvering, betrayal, and ambition. The regency, which should have served to protect him, instead became a battleground for control over the English crown. As the power struggles deepened, Edward V was largely sidelined, with Richard using his position as Lord Protector to manipulate events to his advantage. The young king, though technically the ruler, was left powerless, unable to control the court or his own fate. The death of his father and the subsequent political chaos marked the beginning of the end for Edward V. His short reign, filled with uncertainty and intrigue, would never see the full light of day. Instead, it would be overshadowed by the actions of those around him, particularly his uncle Richard, who would soon take the throne for himself. The brief reign of Edward V was filled with drama and tension, and his ascension to the throne marked the start of a power struggle that would shake the kingdom. Though he was the rightful heir, the forces around him, driven by ambition and self-interest, overshadowed his rule. As Edward V stood on the precipice of kingship, the very nature of his reign was shaped not by his decisions, but by the decisions of those who sought to control him. The power struggles that emerged during this period would alter the course of English history, leading to a new era of rule under Richard III. In conclusion, the death of Edward IV in April 1483 and the ascension of Edward V to the throne were pivotal moments in English history. Edward's reign, though technically beginning with his coronation, was immediately overshadowed by the ambitions of Richard, Duke of Gloucester. The political intrigue and the growing power struggle created an environment in which Edward V's role as king was largely symbolic, and the real power lay in the hands of others. The events that followed set the stage for Richard's eventual rise to power, and the tragic fate that awaited Edward V. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, was appointed as Lord Protector for the young Edward V following the sudden death of King Edward IV in April 1483. His official role was to govern the kingdom until Edward V reached the age of maturity, which would have been the standard course of action in a time when a minor ascended to the throne. However, Richard's ambitions soon transformed this role into something far more than a mere regency. Instead of serving as a temporary guardian of the crown, Richard quickly positioned himself as a central figure in the power struggle that would ultimately lead to his usurpation of the throne. At the time of his appointment, Richard's position seemed unassuming. The regency had traditionally been a temporary and limited position, designed to safeguard the kingdom until the heir was old enough to rule independently. Edward V, although the rightful king, was only 12 years old, and his minority meant that he would need a protector to oversee the kingdom's affairs. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, as the brother of the late king, was considered a natural choice for this role. However, Richard's ambitions did not stop at merely fulfilling the responsibilities of a Lord Protector. His personal drive for power and the growing instability of the kingdom led him to maneuver politically, gradually consolidating control. As he assumed greater authority, Richard's actions began to raise suspicion, and many contemporaries saw his consolidation of power as the first steps towards seizing the throne for himself. Despite Edward V's position as the legitimate king, Richard, with his strategic alliances and political savvy, began to overshadow the young monarch, reducing Edward's power to nothing more than a symbolic title. Richard's political maneuvering was masterful. He recognized that Edward V, still a child and not yet crowned, was in a vulnerable position. By claiming the role of protector, Richard was able to assert control over the court, the military, and the administration of the kingdom. He began to remove potential rivals and place his own loyalists in key positions of power. His ability to manipulate the political landscape meant that he was able to shape the direction of the kingdom without ever truly having to confront Edward V directly. At the heart of Richard's consolidation of power was his control over the royal household. As Lord Protector, Richard had influence over the royal finances and the legal system, which gave him the tools to manipulate the course of governance. By securing alliances with influential figures in the kingdom, Richard ensured that he could control key military and political decisions. His rise in power was facilitated by his ability to make strategic moves in the right moments, slowly eliminating any potential threats to his authority. However, Richard's growing influence did not go unnoticed. While Edward V was confined to the Tower of London, his supporters began to question Richard's motivations. The Duke's increasing power raised concerns about his true intentions. As his influence expanded, Richard's actions began to alienate not only Edward's supporters, but also other factions of the nobility. Tensions began to mount as Richard's political maneuvers became more aggressive and more focused on securing his own future rather than serving the young king. Richard's role as protector quickly became politically charged. As he removed potential rivals and secured his grip on power, the question of succession became more urgent. Edward V, the legitimate heir, was kept in the background, his power reduced to a mere figurehead. Richard, by contrast, began to assume an increasingly dominant role, using his position as Lord Protector to push his own claim to the throne. The political atmosphere at court grew more volatile, as the ambitions of Richard and his allies clashed with those who remained loyal to Edward V. The turning point came when Richard took a series of drastic steps to secure his claim to the throne. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, began to claim that Edward V's legitimacy was in question. He argued that Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville was invalid, suggesting that Edward V's birth was illegitimate. This legal challenge to Edward's legitimacy set the stage for Richard's eventual coup. While Richard's claim was rooted in legal arguments, it was also politically convenient. By undermining the legitimacy of Edward V, Richard could pave the way for himself to take the throne. The process by which Richard managed to discredit Edward V's claim was strategic and ruthless. By aligning himself with powerful figures in the kingdom and gaining support from key political factions, Richard was able to garner enough influence to make his case more convincing. As a result, Edward V's position weakened, and Richard's path to the throne became increasingly clear. Richard's actions not only showcased his ambition, but also highlighted the degree to which he was willing to go to secure his rule, regardless of the consequences for his nephew. The political dynamics at play were further complicated by the role of the Lord's Protector. While Richard may have initially been appointed as Lord Protector for Edward V, his ambition quickly led him to act independently of the young king. His actions revealed a growing determination to seize the throne for himself, casting aside the traditional role of a protector in favor of a more direct path to power. The Lord's Protector, traditionally figures who governed on behalf of a minor king, were meant to act in the best interests of the young monarch. But Richard's actions revealed a shift away from this duty, as he used his position to undermine the authority of Edward V and pave the way for his own ascent. In hindsight, it is clear that Richard's role as Lord Protector became a critical turning point in Edward V's reign. The young king, though technically in power, was effectively sidelined by Richard's growing authority. Richard's political maneuvering and strategic alliances allowed him to position himself as the true ruler of England, a position he would claim for himself in 1483. The Lord's Protector, who was supposed to safeguard the young king's reign, were unable to prevent Richard from seizing power. In many ways, the failure of the Lord's Protector to curb Richard's ambitions directly contributed to the collapse of Edward V's reign. Richard's rise to power was not merely the result of his ambition, but also the result of the larger political landscape in which he operated. The instability caused by the Wars of the Roses and the fragmentation of the English nobility created an environment ripe for political manipulation. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, capitalized on this instability to further his own cause, and in doing so, he effectively ended Edward V's short reign. In conclusion, the role of Richard III as Lord Protector for Edward V was marked by political intrigue, betrayal, and ambition. While Richard's official role was to act as a guardian for the young king, his actions quickly evolved into a more aggressive pursuit of power. By undermining Edward V's legitimacy and consolidating support from key factions, Richard positioned himself to seize the throne. His rise to power was a result of both his strategic acumen and the political chaos of the time, which allowed him to navigate the shifting allegiances of the English court. Richard's eventual usurpation of the throne is a testament to his ambition and the political tensions that defined Edward V's brief reign. The disappearance of Edward V is one of the most enduring and perplexing mysteries in English history. Edward, the young king who was thrust onto the throne at the age of 12 following his father's sudden death in April 1483, vanished without a trace just months after ascending to power. His disappearance, which occurred shortly after his brief reign, has haunted historians, leaving behind not only unanswered questions, but also a multitude of theories and speculations about what truly happened to the boy king. Edward V's last known whereabouts were in the Tower of London, where he and his younger brother Richard, Duke of York, were held in royal custody. The two brothers had been placed there for their safety under the protection of their uncle, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, who had been appointed as Lord Protector. The Tower was not an unusual place for royal children of the time, but it would become the site of Edward's tragic and mysterious fate. Edward V's disappearance from the Tower marked the beginning of a period of intense speculation. Theories about what might have happened to him have varied greatly over the centuries, but one thing is clear: there was no official record or explanation for his sudden vanishing. What happened to Edward V after he was last seen in the Tower remains one of the most debated and unresolved questions in English history. The timing of Edward's disappearance adds an eerie sense of suspicion to the event. His uncle, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, who had been acting as Lord Protector, had ambitious plans of his own. Many historians have pointed to Richard as a central figure in the mystery surrounding Edward's fate, suggesting that he may have played a key role in the young king's disappearance. Richard's political machinations had already begun to reshape the power dynamics in England, and some believe that eliminating Edward V was a necessary step in his path to the throne. Though there are no direct historical records confirming Richard's involvement, his actions, and the political context of the time make his possible role in the disappearance a compelling theory. Richard, whose ambition had been steadily growing since the death of his brother Edward IV, may have seen the young Edward V as an obstacle to his own claim to the throne. With the king's death and the uncertainty surrounding Edward V's coronation, Richard's growing power would have made the young king expendable. If Edward V was indeed murdered, it is possible that Richard saw his nephew as a threat to his own ambitions, and the disappearance of Edward V could have been a calculated move to eliminate that threat. However, there are alternative theories that suggest Edward V's disappearance may not have been the result of foul play. Some historians have speculated that Edward and his brother may have died of natural causes while in the Tower. It is known that the health of the young royals was often precarious, and it is not beyond reason that they could have succumbed to illness during their time in the Tower. Though this theory cannot be entirely ruled out, it does not fully explain the secrecy and the lack of any official reports regarding their deaths. One theory that has gained traction is that the two brothers were secretly killed, their bodies hidden to ensure that no evidence of their deaths would emerge. The theory of murder is supported by the fact that Edward V and his brother Richard were never seen again after their time in the Tower. If they had died of natural causes, it seems likely that some record would have been made of their deaths. The fact that no such record exists suggests that their disappearance may have been intentional, and that the young princes were deliberately removed from the political scene. Some sources, both contemporary and later, suggest that Richard, Duke of Gloucester, may have been responsible for the deaths of Edward V and Richard of York. The idea that Richard had the young princes murdered to secure his claim to the throne is a theory that has long been discussed in historical circles. Richard's rapid rise to power after Edward IV's death and the suspicious nature of his actions during this period have led many to believe that he had the princes killed to eliminate any rival claimants to the throne. The fact that Richard was eventually crowned Richard III shortly after the disappearance of the young princes adds further weight to this theory. The mystery surrounding Edward V's disappearance has led to the creation of several historical theories and debates over the centuries. One prominent theory is that the princes were secretly killed by order of Richard III, while others argue that they were imprisoned and perhaps died of natural causes in the Tower. In either case, the lack of clear answers has left room for speculation. making the mystery surrounding their fate all the more compelling. Over the years, various attempts have been made to solve the mystery of Edward Fee's disappearance, but none have yielded definitive answers. The most recent investigations into the fate of the princes have included modern forensic analyses and attempts to locate their remains. In 1674, a set of bones was discovered beneath a staircase in the Tower of London, and many believed these were the remains of Edward V and his brother. However, even after DNA tests were conducted on the bones in recent years, no conclusive evidence has emerged to prove that they belong to the missing princes. The fact that the bodies of Edward V and Richard of York have never been found adds a layer of intrigue to the mystery. Were the bodies hidden, or did they disappear entirely? If they were murdered, was there a cover-up, or did the murders occur under circumstances that have been lost to history? These are questions that have plagued historians for centuries, and the mystery remains unsolved to this day. Despite the numerous theories, it remains impossible to say with certainty what happened to Edward V and his brother. The political context of the time, Richard's ambitions, and the secrecy surrounding the events all suggest that foul play was a likely factor in their disappearance. However, without concrete evidence, the mystery of their fate will likely continue to haunt historians and capture the imagination of those fascinated by royal intrigue. In conclusion, the disappearance of Edward V is one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. Theories of murder, illness, and conspiracy abound, but the truth remains elusive. Richard III's role in the mystery continues to be a subject of intense debate, as his actions during this period raise serious questions about his involvement in the young king's disappearance. As long as no definitive evidence surfaces, the mystery will remain, continuing to captivate the minds of those who delve into the murky waters of medieval England's royal history. The disappearance of Edward V marked the beginning of Richard, Duke of Gloucester's rapid and calculated rise to power. His actions following the young king's vanishing were critical in securing his eventual claim to the throne. Richard's path to kingship, though legally justifiable in some respects, was fraught with political maneuvering, opportunism, and controversy. The events that unfolded in the wake of Edward V's disappearance set the stage for a deepening of the conflict that had been simmering for decades. What we now know as the Wars of the Roses, Richard's rise to power began almost immediately after the disappearance of Edward V. With the young king presumed lost and no clear heir, Richard saw his opportunity. His first significant move was to claim that Edward V's reign was illegitimate, primarily due to a supposed pre-contract between Edward IV and another woman before his marriage to Elizabeth Woodville. According to Richard, this pre-contract invalidated the marriage of Edward IV, making Edward V and his siblings illegitimate. Richard's assertion was politically charged, aiming to remove Edward V from the line of succession and open the door for his own claim to the throne. This claim of illegitimacy was rooted in Richard's bloodline, which traced back to Edward III, and it was argued that, as the closest living male relative, Richard had the right to the crown. Despite the legal arguments behind Richard's actions, his move was also deeply controversial. Many saw it as a clear power grab, with Richard using the disappearance of his nephew as a convenient opportunity to secure the throne for himself. The timing of his claim, coupled with the sudden disappearance of Edward V, raised suspicions about Richard's involvement in the young king's fate. Though Richard's claim was based on legal grounds, it was also a product of ambition, and his rapid consolidation of power made him an increasingly formidable figure in English politics. Richard's control over the situation became increasingly evident as he took swift and decisive action following Edward V's disappearance. In the days following the young king's presumed death, Richard moved to eliminate potential rivals and ensure his position as the central figure in the kingdom. His political maneuvering was both strategic and ruthless. One of his first acts was to secure the loyalty of key military and political figures, ensuring that his claim to the throne was supported by powerful allies. Richard's control over the royal court and military apparatus gave him a significant advantage over any potential opposition, allowing him to reshape the power structure in England. As Richard's influence expanded, so did his grip on the royal court. He quickly replaced key advisors with his own loyalists, and secured support from various factions within the nobility. The support of the powerful Neville family, particularly Richard's alliance with the Earl of Warwick, was instrumental in his rise to power. Warwick, known as the Kingmaker, had played a key role in the installation and removal of previous monarchs. By aligning himself with Warwick and other influential figures, Richard strengthened his claim to the throne and ensured that he had the support of key players in the kingdom. This strategic consolidation of power marked the beginning of Richard's reign, but it also fueled the ongoing tensions that would eventually lead to further conflict. However, Richard's rise was not without its challenges. The legitimacy of his claim to the throne was contested by many, particularly among the supporters of the House of Lancaster, who viewed Richard as a usurper. Richard's decision to seize the throne in such an opportunistic manner deepened the political divide in England, reigniting the tensions that had fueled the Wars of the Roses for decades. The legitimacy of Richard's rule was continually questioned by those who believed that Edward V, though young and vulnerable, was the rightful king. This controversy would follow Richard throughout his reign, and the question of whether he had truly usurped the throne would remain a topic of heated debate. One of the key factors in Richard's rise to power was his ability to manipulate the political climate and exploit the uncertainty surrounding the death of Edward V. By presenting himself as a stabilizing force and a defender of the kingdom, Richard was able to gain the support of those who feared the instability of a contested succession. His claim to the throne was bolstered by his assertion that Edward V's reign had been marred by the uncertainty of his legitimacy, and that Richard, as the rightful heir, was the best choice to lead England out of the chaos. Richard's declaration as king was met with a mixture of support and opposition. His supporters argued that his claim to the throne was legally valid, and that he was the most qualified candidate to restore order to England. However, his opponents, including many loyal to Edward IV and the Woodville family, viewed Richard's rise as a betrayal. The political climate in England during this period was charged with mistrust and suspicion, and Richard's quick ascension only deepened the divisions within the kingdom. In addition to his political maneuvering, Richard also engaged in a campaign to secure his reign through military means. He gathered a loyal army and secured key strongholds, particularly in the north, where the Yorkist support was strongest. This military presence was crucial in solidifying Richard's control over the country and quelling any potential uprisings. Richard's military prowess, combined with his political savvy, allowed him to consolidate his power rapidly. However, his ability to maintain control over the kingdom was continually challenged by the ongoing resistance from the Lancastrians and those loyal to the memory of Edward IV. Richard's path to the throne, while legally justified in some ways, was a deeply controversial and politically charged process. His actions following Edward V's disappearance set the stage for a series of conflicts that would define his reign. The legitimacy of his rule, both in terms of his claim to the throne and the means by which he achieved it, remained a contentious issue throughout his reign. Richard's actions, though politically savvy, alienated many of his potential allies and ensured that his reign would be marked by ongoing resistance and civil strife. In conclusion, Richard III's rise to power was a complex and contentious process. His political maneuvering following Edward V's disappearance was calculated and strategic, but it was also deeply controversial. Richard's actions contributed to the growing tensions that would fuel the Wars of the Roses and set the stage for the eventual downfall of the House of York. While Richard's claim to the throne may have been legally sound, the manner in which he achieved it, through political manipulation, military strength, and strategic alliances, marked him as a usurper in the eyes of many. His rise to power, though inevitable in some ways, came at a great cost, both to his reputation and to the stability of the English monarchy. Edward VII's reign, though fleeting and never fully realized, left an indelible mark on English history. The young king's tragic fate and his mysterious disappearance remain one of the most compelling enigmas of the 15th century. Despite holding the title of monarch, Edward V never had the opportunity to rule in the traditional sense, as his reign was cut short by political turmoil, power struggles, and perhaps even murder. His story is not just one of a king who never truly ruled. It is a narrative that highlights the fragility of succession, the volatility of medieval politics, and the enduring mysteries that can emerge from the most dramatic of royal histories. Edward V's disappearance opened the door for Richard III to seize control of the throne, and his absence allowed the political landscape of England to shift dramatically. Richard's subsequent rise to power, based on his claim that Edward IV's legitimacy was in question, set in motion the final stages of the Wars of the Roses. The conflict between the houses of York and Lancaster would continue, with Edward V's story and his vanishing playing a pivotal role in the ongoing dynastic struggles. The political ramifications of Edward V's disappearance were far-reaching, and though he never ruled, his fate undoubtedly influenced the course of English history. What remains most striking about Edward V's legacy is the unresolved nature of his story. Unlike most monarchs, whose reigns are marked by clear political achievements, wars, or reforms, Edward's legacy is defined by what he never had the chance to accomplish. His reign never fully began, and his disappearance stands as a powerful symbol of the fragility of power in medieval England. As such, Edward V's legacy is one of political intrigue, uncertainty, and the continuing mystery that surrounds his fate. The questions surrounding Edward V's disappearance are likely to remain unanswered, as they have for centuries. Whether he was murdered by his uncle Richard, Duke of Gloucester, or died from natural causes, the lack of conclusive evidence only adds to the intrigue. His time in the Tower of London, followed by his sudden disappearance, has fueled theories and speculation for generations. The absence of any clear historical record of his fate leaves an enduring hole in the history of England's monarchy, and it is this mystery that cements his place in the annals of royal history. Edward V's legacy is not only a tragic one, but a cautionary tale of how quickly power can be taken, and how fleeting the reign of a monarch can be. His short-lived reign and mysterious disappearance laid the groundwork for Richard III's contentious claim to the throne. The uncertainty surrounding Edward V's fate led to political chaos, with Richard's eventual seizure of power marking the final chapter in the Wars of the Roses. Despite the uncertainty of his legacy, Edward V's story is crucial to understanding the political dynamics of 15th century England and the fragile nature of royal authority. In many ways, the disappearance of Edward V highlights the dangerous and unstable nature of royal succession during this period. In an age when claims to the throne were often contested, the life and death of a young king could have far-reaching consequences. Edward V's reign, or lack thereof, underscores the vulnerability of monarchs, especially those who come to the throne as children. The political turbulence that followed his disappearance shows how easily the balance of power could shift, and how the fate of one monarch could determine the future of a kingdom. Ultimately, Edward V's legacy is one of mystery, political intrigue, and unfulfilled potential. His story is one of what could have been, what might have happened if he had been allowed to reign, and what might have transpired had his life not been cut short. In the end, Edward V remains a figure whose life and legacy continue to be defined not by what he accomplished, but by the questions that still surround his disappearance. His story serves as a reminder of the fragility of power and the uncertainties that can arise when a kingdom's fate rests in the hands of young and vulnerable rulers. In conclusion, while Edward V never reigned in the traditional sense, and his life was tragically cut short, his legacy endures in the unresolved mystery of his disappearance. His brief time as king, though not marked by significant achievements, had profound political implications. Edward V's disappearance set the stage for Richard III's rise to power, and the unanswered questions surrounding his fate continue to fascinate and intrigue historians and the public alike. The legacy of Edward V is one of tragedy, political intrigue, and the enduring mysteries of medieval English history. Richard III of England, one of the most controversial figures in English history, was born on October 2nd, 1452, at Fotheringhay Castle in Northamptonshire. His mother, Cecily Neville, Duchess of York, was a descendant of King Edward III and the mother of two prominent Yorkist monarchs, Edward IV and Richard himself. His father, Richard Plantagenet, the third Duke of York, was a powerful nobleman who played a significant role in English politics and military affairs during the reign of the Lancastrian King Henry VI. He was also pivotal in sparking the Wars of the Roses, a conflict that would shape the future of England for decades to come. Richard was the youngest of Cecily's 4 surviving sons, which initially meant that his chances of inheriting his father's title, or the throne itself, were slim. However, through a series of dramatic events and bloody conflicts, Richard's fortunes changed, ultimately leading him to the crown. Growing up amid the turmoil of the Wars of the Roses, Richard's early life was marked by the civil war that had begun when he was just 2 years old. While the roots of this conflict stretch back to the deeper power struggles within the Plantagenet family, it was during the reign of Richard's grandfather, Edward III, that England rose to become a dominant force in medieval Europe. Under Edward III, England defeated France in key battles like Crécy and Poitiers, establishing itself as a military powerhouse. However, when Edward III died, his son, the Black Prince, one of Europe's most accomplished commanders, died shortly. Before him, leaving the throne to his young son, Richard II, instead. Despite showing promise early on in his reign, Richard II took after his great-grandfather Edward II much more than his father and grandfather, as he was a weak, tyrannical, and cruel king, who eventually alienated his nobles to the very point of rebellion. Consequently, Richard was overthrown by them, imprisoned, and starved to death by one of his cousins, Henry of Bolingbroke, who was himself the son of John of Gaunt, Earl of Lancaster, the third son of Edward III, whose earldom was represented by the Red Rose of Lancaster. This act of regicide would, in time, cause a rift within the Plantagenet family and lead to the Wars of the Roses, as Bolingbroke was not the next in line to the throne after Richard II. In killing an anointed monarch, Bolingbroke had set a dangerous precedent for the future, which would eventually place his descendants at odds with the other branches of the Plantagenet family. These rival branches were descended from the second surviving son of Edward III, Lionel of Antwerp, 1st Duke of Clarence, as well as the 4th surviving son of Edward III, Edmund of Langley, 1st Duke of York, who represented the House of York under the famous symbol of the White Rose. After the death of King Richard II, Henry Bolingbroke was crowned King Henry IV of England in 1399, and the House of Lancaster then controlled the country for the next 62 years, which also included the reigns of King Henry V and his son King Henry VI. But the Lancastrian grip over England largely depended on the strength of the reigning monarch, and this hold on power then evaporated during the reign of Bolingbroke's grandson, King Henry VI, who, unlike his father Henry V, had no talent for warfare and was far more interested in the construction of churches and universities than in the maintenance of power. Henry VI's tenuous position was further compounded by him suffering his first mental breakdown in 1453, possibly as a result of his army's final defeat against the French in the 100 Years' War. This resulted, 8 years later, in Richard III's father, Richard Duke of York, being made protector of the realm while the king was recovering. York was the grandson of Edmund of Langley, the 1st Duke of York, but his mother, Anne Mortimer, was herself the great-granddaughter of Edward III's second son, the Duke of Clarence, as her grandfather, Edmund Mortimer, 3rd Earl of March, had married Clarence's only daughter, Philippa. York's power and influence then increased tenfold when he inherited the Duke of Clarence's claim to the throne through his mother Anne. When her brother Edmund Mortimer, 5th Earl of March, died with no heirs in 1425. This effectively made him one of the country's richest landowners. This maternal lineage formed the backbone of Richard Duke of York's claim to the English throne and is the reason for the Wars of the Roses taking place. Although he was a descendant of the 4th son of King Edward III, he was now also the heir of his second son, Lionel of Antwerp, the Duke of Clarence, who had technically been next in line to the throne after Richard II's death. York then sought to capitalize on Henry VI's weakness by demanding he be recognized as the rightful heir to the throne, but he inevitably faced opposition from the king's Lancastrian supporters, most notably his wife, Queen Margaret of Anjou, who wanted her infant son with Henry, Edward of Westminster, to succeed him as king. Outraged by York's actions, Margaret then formed a powerful coalition against him. With the support of other Lancastrian nobles, such as the Duke of Somerset, she pressured the king to remove York from his role as protector of the realm. Henry VI recovered from his illness in December of 1454 and relieved York of his position, After which, Richard gathered his supporters and marched on London in the hope of a final reckoning with Henry's Lancastrian advisors. The two factions then met on the 22nd of May 1455 in what is regarded as the opening confrontation of the Wars of the Roses, the First Battle of St. Albans, in which the Yorks defeated the Lancastrians. The Duke of Somerset was killed, and Henry Fix was taken prisoner. After this, York was once again named as protector of the realm, but King Henry, after recovering from another of his stress-related breakdowns, removed him from his position once again, largely at the Queen's behest. This then prompted York to flee the country to Ireland, as he now feared for his life. Whilst York was in Ireland, his ally Richard Neville, the 16th Earl of Warwick and Constable of Calais, used his power base in mainland France to launch raids against trade shipments in the English Channel. After failing to link up with York in England in 1459, he returned a year later, captured London, and defeated the Lancastrians at the Battle of Northampton in July 1460, after which Queen Margaret and her son, Edward of Westminster, fled to Scotland, whilst King Henry was once again taken prisoner. This time, York made it clear that he wanted nothing less than to usurp Henry and become king himself, but he could not obtain the backing of Parliament for such a measure. Instead, a compromise was struck in October 1460, which is now known today as the Act of Accord. This stated that Henry VI would retain the throne until his death, when it would then pass to York and his heirs. Whilst the Queen was in Scotland rallying support, Lancastrian nobles, including the new Duke of Somerset, who was eager to avenge the death of his father at the First Battle of St. Albans, rallied their forces in the north, which eventually totaled around 15,000 men-at-arms and marched south with the aim of defeating York and reinstating Henry VI to the throne. York then marched north himself, along with his second son Edmund, to confront the Lancastrians, but he greatly underestimated the strength of his enemy's forces, as his Yorkist host only consisted of around 8,000 men. The two armies then met at the Battle of Wakefield on the 30th of December 1460, in which the Lancastrians were victorious and York and his son were slain. After the victory over York, Queen Margaret returned to England and, along with her Lancastrian allies, defeated the Earl of Warwick in the Second Battle of St. Albans on the 17th of February 1461. Following the engagement, Henry VI was released from captivity after being found singing under a nearby tree. Following their victory, the Lancastrians progressed to London but were barred from entering the city by its Yorkist supporting populace, which resulted in Margaret making the fatal mistake of retreating to the north to consolidate her support base. The Lancastrian withdrawal then allowed the late York's eldest son, Edward, the new Duke of York, who at 19 was already an experienced commander, to return to London in the following weeks. There, with the backing of the Earl of Warwick, the Church, and the city's population, he proclaimed himself as King Edward IV of England on the 4th of March, 1461. This escalated the conflict to a whole new level, as there were now two kings in England. With the country now more divided than ever, further hostilities were inevitable, and as a result, both sides now prepared themselves for a final showdown. The young king gathered his supporters and marched towards his family's city of York, which was now being occupied by the Lancastrians. The two armies then confronted one another on the 29th of March 1461, around 10 miles southwest of York, in the most bloody battle in English history, Towton. The two armies, which consisted of some 30,000 men on both sides, engaged in battle. In the midst of a snowstorm, and unparalleled slaughter ensued. However, the Yorkists, aided by King Edward's brilliant leadership, were eventually triumphant. After the carnage had died down, the field was littered with the bodies of some 28,000 men. Whilst the civil war was raging in England, King Edward's younger brothers, George and Richard, had been staying in the relative safety of the Low Countries. But after their brother's victory at Towton, they returned to the country and took part in Edward's coronation, after which George was given the title of Duke of Clarence and Richard, Duke of Gloucester. Following the Yorkist seizure of power, Clarence, aged 12, and Richard, aged 9, were placed in the care of the Earl of Warwick in his power base in the Yorkshire Dales, where over the coming years, both brothers were given an education and instructed in the art of warfare until they came of age. Indeed, growing up during the Wars of the Roses, helped to shape Richard into the man he would eventually become, as he spent the majority of his teenage years under the tutelage of one of the most capable commanders of his day, in the shape of Warwick. It is no surprise that by the time he reached maturity, he had become a reputable leader in his own right. At the age of 16, Richard began to attend court and assume the responsibility of his estates. However, both he and his brother George's loyalty to King Edward would soon be tested, as divisions were starting to form within the House of York and its support base. The reason for this was that Edward, in his handling of the government, had begun to ignore Warwick's advice. This division between them was then widened to breaking point when it was discovered that King Edward had married a common girl named Elizabeth Woodville in May of 1464. This clandestine marriage ruined Warwick's plans to marry Edward to Anne, the eldest daughter of Louis V of France, an arrangement which the Earl had brokered in order to secure diplomatic relations between the two kingdoms, and, along with it, England's remaining French territories on the continent. Edward's reign thus far had been relatively secure, but his marriage to Elizabeth Woodville elevated both her and her lowborn family to dominant positions within the king's court. Over the coming years, they worked against the Earl of Warwick and weakened his position. Warwick withdrew from court to his Yorkshire estates in 1467, where he gathered his supporters against the king, including Edward and Richard's brother George, Duke of Clarence. Clarence joined Warwick because Edward had not allowed him to marry the Earl's daughter, and also as King Edward had no heirs, Clarence hoped to claim the throne for himself as he was next in line. Warwick and Clarence's rebellion then started, in earnest 2 years later, in 1469, when Warwick's rebel army defeated a loyalist army at the Battle of Edgecote Moor on the 26th of July, after which King Edward was taken into custody in Buckinghamshire as the Earl's prisoner. But Warwick's grip over the country did not last long, as he was unable to secure the backing of the nobility to replace Edward, resulting in him being released shortly afterwards. Fearing reprisals, the rebel leaders then fled to the continent in the spring of 1470. While in exile, Warwick and Clarence formed an alliance with the deposed Queen, Margaret of Anjou, and they then launched a combined invasion of England in September 1470, with the support of the French king. This meant that Edward IV and his brother Richard were forced to flee the country themselves and seek protection in Flanders. Warwick then re-established Henry VI as King of England in what became known as the Readeption, which later earned him the nickname of the Kingmaker for his role in restoring the Lancastrians to power. This is a title reserved for few men in the annals of history. Edward IV, who was now under the protection of his brother-in-law, the Duke of Burgundy, then returned to England along with the 18-year-old Richard, landing in Yorkist supporting East Anglia on the 14th of March 1471 with 1,200 men. After this, they marched on to York, which threw open its gates to greet them. Both Edward and Richard then progressed south, gathering supporters as they went, one of whom was their brother George, Duke of Clarence, who had been alienated by Warwick after he restored the Lancastrians to power. The Yorkist army then engaged the Earl of Warwick at the Battle of Barnet on the 14th of April 1471, in which Richard, Duke of Gloucester, would come of age. In the battle, which was shrouded in mist, the Lancastrians initially took the upper hand after their right flank, led by John de Vere, Earl of Oxford, routed the Yorkist left under William Lord Hastings. But even though Edward had lost a sizable portion of his army, both he and his brother Richard did not allow it to crumble. After Richard led his own attack on Warwick's left, the line was stabilised. Then, in a moment of confusion, Oxford's men, who had returned to the fray, lost their way in the fog and charged towards their own lines, led by Warwick's brother John Neville, who in turn mistook them for Edward's Yorkist reserves and ordered his men to fire a volley of arrows at the approaching cavalry. In the hail of arrows, Oxford's men fled the field crying treachery, after which Edward deployed his reserves to attack the Lancastrian left, culminating in their remaining ranks being decimated. Warwick the Kingmaker, being unable to fend off an attack, was cut down and killed. Richard had played a significant role in the Yorkist victory at Barnet, but almost immediately was presented with another opportunity to display his talent for command against another Lancastrian army less than a month later in the Battle of Tewkesbury on the 4th of May 1471. In the lead up to the battle, King Edward intercepted Margaret of Anjou, who had gathered her remaining support in the West Country and was travelling onwards to Wales to join forces with the Welsh noble Jasper Tudor, brother of Edmund Tudor, the father of Henry Tudor. During the battle, Edward and Clarence's formations were overcome by an attack from Edmund, Duke of Somerset, but were relieved by supporting cavalry, which routed the Lancastrians. After this, Richard launched an attack on the Lancastrian centre and forced the enemy back until their lines broke, and a rout ensued. The victory at Tewkesbury proved to be the decisive battle in securing the crown for Edward IV, as it all but eliminated the major Lancastrian claimants to the throne, including Henry II's son, Edward of Westminster, the Prince of Wales, who was killed and is the only heir apparent to ever die in battle on English soil. After the battle, Queen Margaret was taken prisoner by the House of York, and Richard, along with John Howard, Duke of Norfolk, is said to have put the remaining Lancastrian nobles to death, despite them taking sanctuary in Tewkesbury Abbey. This act of apparent murder was later used by his detractors in the following centuries to portray Richard as a lawless character, but whether the monastery held sanctuary rights at this time has since been contested. Following Tewkesbury, a Lancastrian uprising was led by the late Kingmaker's cousin, Thomas Neville, which was defeated. Afterwards, King Henry VI was murdered in the Tower of London on the vigil of the Ascension between the 21st and 22nd of May 1471, eliminating the final king of the Lancastrian era. Traditionally, Richard has been implicated in the death of Henry, and some say he even sanctioned his death, but this again remains another matter of contention, as there is no way of objectively clarifying who ordered his killing. What is most likely, however, is that the late king died under Edward IV's orders, as he was, after all, the head of state, and only he had the authority to sanction the killing of an anointed monarch. By this stage, the House of York was victorious, as it had annihilated its rivals and effectively ended the conflict, after which followed a period of peace. Although eventually the storm clouds of treachery and war would descend across England once again, and in time lead to the downfall of the Yorkist kings. Following the restoration of Edward IV in June 1461, Richard married Anne Neville, the younger, daughter of the late Warwick the Kingmaker, who was also the widow of Edward IV's son, Edward of Westminster, who had died at the Battle of Tewkesbury. This union would see Richard engage in a bitter land dispute with his brother Clarence, who himself married Warwick's elder daughter Isabel, as it is possible that both were trying to gain control of their late father's lands in order to increase their own wealth and power. However, it is also possible that both marriages were born out of love, as both men had known the Neville sisters since their time under their father's tutelage in his power base in Yorkshire during their adolescence. Anne would later be crowned Queen Consort after Richard's rise to power, and would go on to give birth to their only son together, Edward of Middleham, Duke of Cornwall, Earl of Chester and Salisbury, and the future Prince of Wales. It was claimed that towards the end of Anne's life, when she lay dying of tuberculosis in March of 1485, Richard had her poisoned as he intended to marry his brother Edward IV's daughter, Elizabeth of York. But once again, the accuracy of this claim is disputed, and may, as with so many of the events of Richard's life, have been twisted for political means. In addition to inheriting land in Wales and northern England as a result of his marriage to Anne, Richard was also responsible for the administrative body of the Council of the North, and during his tenure, he suppressed conflict in the region and brought the Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland under his influence. This led over time to Richard becoming popular with the northern nobility and its population, as he was responsible, along with his brother King Edward IV, for bringing prosperity and economic opportunities to the region. This he continued to do after he became king by placing his northern lords in positions of power, which proved to be unpopular with some, as he was accused of using them to bolster his position. Despite Richard's chivalrous activities in the north of the country, there are accounts which depict his disposition as malicious and callous, especially surrounding the trial and execution of his brother Clarence. Isabel, Clarence's wife, had died in mysterious circumstances in December 1476, probably from consumption, but Clarence maintained that she had been poisoned by one of her ladies-in-waiting, whom he had executed shortly afterwards. After this, Clarence sought to marry the daughter of Mary, Duchess of Burgundy, but his brother King Edward refused him. prompting Clarence to then leave the king's court in protest, which ignited suspicions against him. Shortly afterwards, a number of his retainers were arrested, tried, and executed. Clarence then appointed a former Lancastrian supporter, Dr. John Goddard, to protest his retainers' deaths in Parliament, which in turn resulted in Edward having Clarence arrested and put on trial, during which his brother was not allowed to defend himself. After being found guilty, Clarence was executed in the Tower of London on the 18th of February 1478. Richard was portrayed, after his own death, as greeting his brother's trial with approval, as both he and his wife were named as the principal beneficiaries of Clarence's estates. However, there is no concrete evidence to link Richard with Clarence's trial or death, and once again, the responsibility must surely lie with the head of state, Edward IV. It is also claimed that Clarence died upon the instruction or influence of Edward IV's wife, Elizabeth Woodville, and her family, whose main aim was to ensure that her son, the future Edward V, succeeded his father. Clarence had demonstrated in the past that he posed a threat to the crown and could have become a potential threat to the Prince of Wales in the future. The real story behind Clarence's death may be forever lost to history, but what is known is that at the request of his mother, Cecily, Clarence did not face a traditional execution. The evidence of his exhumed remains suggests that he was not beheaded, and popular myth states that he was instead drowned in a vat of wine. By the late 1470s, a confrontation was brewing with England's old enemy to the north, the Kingdom of Scotland. After war was declared in November 1480, Richard, as Warden of the West March, led a successful campaign in the border region and eventually captured the city of Berwick upon Tweed in August of 1482, which was the final time the city changed hands between the two rival kingdoms. During this campaign, Richard also occupied Edinburgh for a short period, but was unable to bring the Scottish King James III to battle after he was kidnapped by his own nobles to prevent any possible encounter with the invaders. Afterwards, the English were forced to return to Berwick. It is no exaggeration to say that Richard's exploits in Scotland greatly impressed his brother, as well as the English nobility, and he was rewarded with further lands and titles, such as the High Sheriff of Cumberland. He was also permitted to retain many of the lands he appropriated during his Scottish campaign. But then came the event which would change Richard's life as well as the entire course of English history. Around the time of Easter 1483, Edward IV began to fall ill, until within a matter of weeks it was clear that the king was dying. During his final days, the king declared his 12-year-old son, Edward, as his successor, but also named his brother Richard as Lord Protector, until the young king came of age. When King Edward IV died at the age of 40 on the 9th of April 1483, his remains were laid to rest at St. George's Chapel in Windsor Castle. 2 days after his brother's death, Richard took an oath of loyalty to his nephew, Edward IV. However, following the death of King Edward, Richard faced opposition among the nobility, such as the Woodvilles, who had grown into a powerful political force during the reign of the late king. The Woodvilles still maintained a great deal of influence at the time of Edward's passing, and were now working to alienate Richard from the process of government. But as the low-born family was hated among the established nobility, many of them threw their support behind the Lord Protector, including loyal Yorkist nobles such as William Hastings, 1st Baron of Hastings, who was the Lord Chamberlain to the old king. Richard saw this withdrawal of support from the Woodvilles as a sign of disrespect, and he responded by assuming responsibility for the young Edward IV, seeking to place him under his protection, as he was accountable for Edward's safety as Lord Protector. It should be noted also that Richard was not alone in this act, nor was he the instigating party. It is stated in the Croyland Chronicle, written by the Benedictine monk Ingulf, that Richard acted upon the instructions of Lord Hastings, who informed him and his ally Henry Stafford, the 2nd Duke of Buckingham, that the Woodvilles were planning on taking control of the country. Richard then rode to Northampton on the 29th of April 1483 and intercepted Elizabeth Woodville's brother, Anthony Woodville, the 2nd Earl Rivers, who was escorting the young king to London for his coronation, along with a heavily armed 2,000-strong bodyguard. The young king, however, was not present when Richard arrived, as he had been sent south of Northampton to the small town of Stony Stafford before the Lord Protector's arrival. After dining with Rivers and his entourage, Richard had them arrested, placed a charge of treason against him, and then travelled to intercept the young king, before escorting him for his own safety to Bishop Kemp's palace in London. Afterward, he was moved to the royal apartments at the Tower of London, where kings traditionally resided before being crowned. Following his return, the King's Council officially proclaimed Richard as regent to his nephew, and it was also decided that the coronation should be postponed for 7 weeks, and then later for 3 months. After this, on the 13th of June 1483, Richard, along with the Duke of Buckingham, turned on his old ally Baron Hastings during a council meeting at the Tower of London and accused him of plotting against his life with the Woodvilles. It is unclear what happened next, but some accounts state that Hastings, along with a number of his companions, were dragged from the tower and summarily executed moments later, even though he had been a loyal supporter of Richard in the past. During this period, Richard also attempted to place Earl Rivers on trial for treason, but was barred from doing so by the King's Council. However, Rivers was ultimately executed in Richard's stronghold of Pontefract Castle in Yorkshire, one day before he was proclaimed king on the 25th of June 1483. Upon hearing of the arrest of her brother, the late King Edward IV's wife, Elizabeth Woodville, sought refuge in Westminster Abbey along with her children, including the 9-year-old Richard of Shrewsbury, Duke of York. She then handed over her son to the Archbishop of Canterbury, thinking that he would be safe, assuming that her elder son's coronation was imminent. After this, a clergyman, thought to have been the Bishop of Bath and Wells, informed Richard that his brother Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville was invalid, as the late king had, before their union, entered into a legal pre-contract to marry the daughter of John Talbot, 1st Earl of Shrewsbury, Lady Eleanor Talbot. Then, on the 22nd of June 1483, a sermon was held outside the old St. Paul's Cathedral, which stated that both Edward V and the Duke of York were illegitimate, as their parents' marriage was invalid. Afterwards, a petition was drawn up, which was signed by nobles and commons alike, asking Richard to assume the throne, which he subsequently agreed to on the 26th of June. Although the marriage between Edward and Elizabeth was declared illegitimate by Richard and his supporters, if sources are accurate, Lady Talbot died in June of 1468, and Edward V was born on the 2nd of November 1470, meaning that he was not born during Lady Talbot's lifetime. Even if the claims of Edward IV's pre-contract are true and valid, he was a widower 2 years before the birth of his heir. On the other hand, Richard and his supporters would argue that because Edward and Elizabeth had married 4 years before, Lady Talbot's death, any children they had together would have been illegitimate. Indeed, the validity of Richard's accession has always been disputed, as the Parliament of 1483 had not yet officially convened. However, based on a precedent set by Edward in 1461, an informal gathering of officials satisfied legal requirements to declare him king. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, was then crowned King Richard III of England at Westminster Abbey on the 6th of July 1483, and his ascendancy was later ratified by an Act of Parliament called the Titulus Regius in 1484, which deemed him to be the rightful king. This ratification of Richard as king has led some to argue that the label placed upon him as a usurper is unwarranted. However, as the act was repealed and destroyed when King Henry VII took power, the historical narrative regarding the motivations and legitimacy of Richard's actions is clouded, ambiguous, and open to different interpretations. Among the guests at Richard's coronation were a number of former Lancastrian supporters, including the mother of Henry Tudor, Margaret Beaufort, and her fourth husband, Lord Thomas Stanley, 1st Earl of Derby, who would each eventually play prominent roles in Richard's downfall. During the summer of 1483, Richard secured London and suppressed dissent with the aid of his troops, during which time his men allegedly prevented an attempt to free the princes from the Tower. Shortly afterwards, Richard left London and embarked on a tour of England. At this time, rumours started to circulate that the princes, Edward and Richard, had disappeared from the Tower of London. By the end of the summer of 1483, there were widespread suspicions that the boys were missing or dead. The only concrete fact regarding their disappearance is that they were no longer seen after the summer of 1483, and the story surrounding what happened to them remains a mystery. although alternative narratives have been suggested as to who may have killed the princes, or even if they were killed at all. It is said that until his death, Richard did not attempt to defend himself regarding the whereabouts of the boys, and remained silent on their fate for the rest of his life, which some saw and still see as an admission of his guilt. One of the few accounts of the prince's disappearance comes from an Italian gentleman named Dominic Mancini, who visited England during the summer of 1483. In his report, Mancini insisted that Richard was responsible for the prince's deaths. However, his account has been questioned since he relied on the testimony of a royal doctor named John Argentine, who was a loyal supporter of Edward VI and later Henry VII. Additionally, Sir Thomas More, a Tudor historian, also claimed that Richard had ordered the princes to be killed and stated that one of his most trusted knights, James Tyrrell, confessed to the murder, stating that the princes were suffocated in their beds by two of Tyrrell's men, Miles Forrest and John Dighton. In contrast to this, others have named Richard's ally, Henry Stafford, 2nd Duke of Buckingham, as the man behind the murders, as he himself had a claim to the crown as a descendant of John of Gaunt. It is proposed that he may have intended to take the crown for himself and was not acting upon Richard's authority. Other theories regarding the prince's disappearance claim that Henry VII himself ordered their murder after coming to power, although there is no evidence for this. If he had done so, Henry could have produced the bodies as proof that Richard had been responsible. Later, historical events also raised fresh doubts over the fate of the princes in the Tower when Perkin Warbeck, who claimed to be the younger prince, Richard, Duke of York, staged a coup against Henry VII in the 1490s. He was ultimately imprisoned, admitted to being an impostor, and was then, after a number of escape attempts, hanged in 1499. Once again, the truth behind the boys' deaths is lost in the mists of time, but one possible clue to their fate was discovered during excavations around the Tower of London in 1674, which revealed a small wooden box containing the skeletons of two children. However, these remains have never been formally examined using modern technology, as forensic investigations have not yet been authorized to determine if the bones are of the period in question or share any DNA with Richard III's recently discovered remains. What is certain is that the mother of the princes in the Tower, Elizabeth Woodville, had just cause to blame Richard and his supporters for the disappearance of her sons, as he, after all, had been charged by her late husband, Edward IV, to ensure their safety. Whether he is innocent of their deaths or not, he failed to do so. This affair, which remains one of the most notorious events in the history of the English monarchy, inevitably forced Elizabeth Woodville into a clandestine alliance with Lady Margaret Beaufort, who was the godmother of one of Elizabeth's daughters. Lady Margaret's stepson, George Stanley, heir of Lord Thomas Stanley, was married to Elizabeth's sister, Jacquetta's daughter. The Stanleys had originally been one of the earliest supporters of the first Lancastrian king, Henry Bolingbroke. However, Thomas, who had since inherited his father's lands and titles in 1459, showed an incredible talent in choosing the winning side in battles. He had previously refused to commit his troops at the Battle of Blore Heath in September of 1459, even though he had been ordered to by the late Henry VI's wife, Queen Margaret of Anjou. This pragmatism, or disloyalty, eventually resulted in Stanley becoming one of the richest and most powerful noblemen in the land. He became a supporter of Edward IV during the middle stages of the Wars of the Roses, and his position was then strengthened immeasurably by his marriage to the 3 times widowed Lady Margaret Beaufort, who had inherited her late father, the Duke of Somerset's lands, as well as those of her previous husbands. Before Lady Margaret had married Thomas Stanley, she had, in her second marriage, been the wife of the Lancastrian supporter Edmund Tudor, 1st Earl of Richmond. His father, Owen Tudor, had married King Henry VI's mother, Catherine of Valois, after the death of her first husband, King Henry V. Edmund Tudor had himself been taken prisoner by the House of York in the early stages of the Wars of the Roses, but died of the plague while imprisoned, leaving pregnant Margaret widowed at the tender age of 13 in November of 1456. 2 months later, she then gave birth to her only child, Henry Tudor, the future nemesis of Richard III, at Pembroke Castle in Wales. Margaret then started to position her son as a candidate to lead the opposition to Richard III. Even though Henry was hardly a strong candidate in terms of his ancestry, there were few other Lancastrian candidates left alive. As his mother's husband, Lord Stanley, was one of the most powerful nobles in England, and the Woodvilles were eager to claim revenge on Richard, Henry was the right man, in the right place, at the right time. Henry Tudor's claim to the English throne derived from his mother, as Lady Margaret was the great-granddaughter of John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, the third son of Edward III. He had fathered 4 illegitimate children, with his mistress and later wife, Catherine Swynford, one of whom was Margaret's grandfather, John Beaufort. Henry had spent most of his life away from England in exile, in Brittany, as he had fled the country after King Edward IV's final victory over the House of Lancaster. Despite him now being the most prominent Lancastrian claimant after the deaths of Henry VI and his son, neither Edward IV nor Richard III took his claims seriously enough to eliminate him, which would prove to be a fatal mistake. Lady Margaret and Elizabeth then concocted a brilliant plan, which would see Henry Tudor marry Elizabeth Woodville's eldest daughter, Elizabeth of York, and form a union between the houses of Lancaster and York that would potentially attract supporters from both of the competing factions who were disaffected with Richard III's rule. This agreement attracted many of the old King Edward IV's Yorkist supporters, who, to say the least, were unhappy with Richard III's ascension to the throne, as well as the disappearance of the princes, soon after the new king's coronation. In the late summer of 1483, a plot was well underway to depose him. This culminated in Richard III's old ally, the Duke of Buckingham, as well as John Morton and Reginald Bray, raising an army in support of Henry. However, after a great storm engulfed the English Channel, Tudor was stranded off the south coast, resulting in the Buckingham Rebellion, as it is now known, fizzling out. After this, Buckingham himself was captured and executed in November of 1483. After the failed Buckingham Rebellion, Richard sought an agreement with the officials of the Warm, Duke of Brittany, to hand over Henry to his custody. However, after Tudor received word of these plans, he escaped to France, where he gained the backing of his hosts. In Rennes Cathedral, on Christmas Day 1483, Henry officially declared his intention to marry Elizabeth Woodville's daughter, Elizabeth of York, after which he stepped up his plans for a second invasion. Although Richard III's reign is arguably the most famous of any Plantagenet king, he only sat on the English throne for just over 2 years. During this time, he held his only parliament in 1484, in which he negotiated the raising of funds, in return for abolishing the benevolence levy, which kings had used in the past to raise money without Parliament's consent. He also agreed to protect English merchants' trade from their foreign competitors. During this time, Richard also extended power to the justices of the peace by granting officials the authority to implement bail measures for detainees. He also introduced legal protection for accused citizens, which prevented illegal seizures of property as they awaited trial. Additionally, the king introduced a system of legal representation named the Court of Requests for those who were unable to afford legal costs, in which poorer citizens could petition the crown regarding disputes. Richard also oversaw a process by which the laws of the land were translated from the usual Latin or French into English, so that commoners were better informed of their rights. It could be said that many of these reforms fly in the face of the picture that has been handed down to us of Richard, as he genuinely seems to have concerned himself with the lives of his subjects. However, the king would never get the chance to prove what kind of king he really was, as the final battle of the Wars of the Roses was now fast approaching. Richard, after the failed Buckingham Rebellion, confiscated the lands of Elizabeth Woodville, who was still living in England at this time, along with those belonging to Henry Tudor's mother, Lady Margaret, as a punishment for their involvement. However, he handed the latter's lands over to her husband, Lord Stanley, perhaps through fear of him officially joining his wife against Richard, as his support base was now far from secure. In many ways, Lord Stanley was Richard's biggest problem, as his position had been greatly weakened by his perceived involvement in the disappearance of the princes in the Tower, which had in part led to the defection of many of his Yorkist supporters during the Buckingham Rebellion. Therefore, he could not afford to lose the support of any more nobles, let alone one so powerful as Stanley. In the meantime, Henry Tudor's plans of launching a second invasion of England were gathering pace, as he had now gained the backing of the French court, who supported his invasion in order to prevent Richard from interfering with their own planned invasion of the Duchy of Brittany. Tudor was then forced to act quickly and hasten his departure after word reached him that Richard III's wife, Anne Neville, had died in March of 1485, and the king was now planning to marry Elizabeth Woodville's daughter, Elizabeth of York, himself, which could have potentially unravelled the fragile alliance Henry had with his former Yorkist supporters. Richard III's position had also been greatly weakened in April of 1484, when his son and heir, Edward of Middleham, the Prince of Wales, died of unknown causes, which was seen by many as divine retribution for his apparent involvement in the disappearance of the princes in the Tower. Henry Tudor then quickly gathered an army in France with the support of the French king, Charles VIII, which totaled as many as 5,000 professional mercenaries and possibly a small contingent of Scottish troops. After this, he set sail from Harfleur on the 1st of August 1485 and landed on the Welsh coast at Milford Haven on the 7th of August, not far from his birthplace at Pembroke Castle. After this, Henry's army progressed through southern and central Wales, gathering supporters as they went until it finally crossed the English border near Shrewsbury. After this, Henry held several secret meetings with his stepfather, Lord Stanley, who had gathered his own forces in the area. Following this, the two separate armies continued their march towards London. Richard had heard of Henry Tudor's landing in Wales on the 11th of August and had since been gathering his supporters throughout the country at his rallying point in the city of Leicester, after which he moved westwards in order to cut off Tudor's advance on London. Richard then learned that Henry Tudor was himself marching towards Leicester, as he had supporters in the area he hoped would join him. Therefore, the Yorkist army, which consisted of between 7,500 and 12,000 men, took up a defensive position on a hill roughly 15 miles west of Leicester and awaited their enemy's arrival. Although the Battle of Bosworth Field has for centuries been thought to have taken place just south of Market Bosworth, the actual site of the battle has recently been the subject of debate. The earliest reference to the confrontation taking place at Bosworth was written 25 years after the event, and historians now think the real site of the battle to be nearly 2 miles southwest of the traditional site. What is known is that on the morning of the 22nd of August 1485, Richard took up a defensive position on a hill to the east of the battlefield, opposite Henry's army, which now numbered in the region of 5,000 to 8,000 men, whilst Lord Stanley took up a separate position to the south of both Henry and Richard's forces. Although the exact details of the day are debated, one version of events is that the initial engagement occurred between the men of Richard's second-in-command, John Howard, 1st Duke of Norfolk, on the Yorkist right, and Henry's commander, John de Vere, 13th Earl of Oxford, who commanded the main body of the Lancastrian army. These two contingents, after a short artillery barrage, then engaged one another, whilst Henry looked on from the rear. After fierce hand-to-hand fighting, the Lancastrians started to gain the upper hand. To counter this, Richard then ordered the commander of his left flank, Henry Percy, the Earl of Northumberland, to attack the Lancastrians, but Percy stood firm, as he perhaps feared his men would be caught in the boggy ground in front of their position, or possibly also feared being attacked in the rear by Lord Stanley's forces to the south. Richard, who was fast running out of options, then made a decision that would change the course of English as well as world history. He saw that Henry and his mounted bodyguard were exposed in front of him, and on the spur of the moment, ordered a massed cavalry charge in the hope of killing Tudor. The king and his men then thundered down the slope and crashed headlong into Henry's bodyguard. In the onslaught, his standard-bearer was killed, and Richard came within feet of his rival. But the charge soon lost its momentum, and Lord Stanley, who had been watching the fighting to the south, ordered his brother William Stanley to attack Richard's flank. Shortly afterwards, the king's men were falling all around him. It is perhaps no surprise that Stanley came to the defense of his stepson Henry, as he was married to his mother, as Richard had held his son, George, hostage during the battle and had even threatened to execute him if he did not receive support. It is possible that Stanley took the opportunity to kill Richard in an act of revenge. The king, who had by this time been unhorsed, then gathered his dwindling troops around him and, supposedly after being compelled to retreat, cried, "God forbid that I retreat one step. I will either win the battle as a king or die as one." Richard's men were then slain one by one around him until he was virtually the last man standing, when finally a blow was delivered to his head which floored him. and he was then surrounded and killed by Henry's men. Later examination of King Richard's remains confirmed that he received 9 wounds to his head, and no doubt countless more to the soft tissues of his body. It is a testament to his bravery that after the battle, Henry Tudor's official historian, Polydore Virgil, said of his death, "King Richard, alone, was killed fighting manfully, in the thickest press of his enemies." Henry was then declared king on the battlefield by Lord Stanley, and afterwards, Richard's corpse was brought to Leicester, naked on horseback, to prove that he was in fact dead, and that Henry Tudor was triumphant. King Richard III was the last king of England to die on the battlefield, when he was killed by the forces of Henry Tudor, who afterwards soon established himself as the supreme ruler of the country, and reigned as King Henry VII for just short of a quarter of a century. In 1486, Henry VII fulfilled his promise and married Elizabeth of York, a marriage which was intended to end the royal blood feud between the competing houses, as it united the red rose of Lancaster with the white rose of York, which Henry would later merge to form the famous Tudor rose. For over 500 years, the location of Richard III's body was thought to have been lost, until in September of 2012, archaeologists announced that the foundations of Greyfriars Church in Leicester had been located, and on the 12th of September, remains of an adult male with a curved spine were found under the choir of the old church. Then, after DNA tests were carried out with the help of descendants of Richard III's sister, Anne of York, it was confirmed on the 4th of February 2013 that the body was in fact that of the last king of the Plantagenet dynasty. Finally, on the 26th of March 2015, Richard III was given a burial fit for a King of England at Leicester Cathedral. Richard III is today regarded as one of the most famous and notorious kings in English history. Despite ruling for a relatively short period of time, the dramatic events surrounding his rise to power, as well as his downfall, have ensured his name remains a household word to this very day. In many ways, his life and death exemplify the cruel and unpredictable nature of power politics of the late medieval era, and his demise marked the end of what many consider to be the most turbulent and bloody conflict in English history. Although Richard has largely been characterized as a villain in the centuries since his death, mainly by his Tudor enemies and their descendants, there have been efforts in recent years to try and ascertain what the truth really is regarding his life and character. It is fair to say that he was certainly not the pantomime villain he was portrayed to be. Recent developments have also confirmed that he was not the sinister, hunchbacked monarch of Shakespeare's play, but instead suffered from the fairly common complaint known as scoliosis, or curvature of the spine, which in the medieval period many may have seen as a sign of wickedness or evil. Nevertheless, malevolence was something attributed to Richard after his death, and is illustrated most in a contemporary painting by an unknown artist, which was altered sometime after his demise to portray him as having looked sinister and more deformed than he really was. It is certainly true that Richard was a capable ruler and was particularly popular in the north of England, where he is said to have been a just and honourable lord. Therefore, it could be said that he was not a tyrant or oppressive in his rule, unlike some of his forebears. However, as his reign was so short, there is no certainty as to what kind of king he would have become had he lived. On the other hand, Richard has been accused of many crimes and injustices during his lifetime, most notably the disappearance of the princes in the Tower. Despite there being many theories regarding this episode, the most widely accepted version states that they were murdered on Richard's orders, or those under him. However, as previously mentioned, there is no concrete evidence to confirm that he was responsible, and it is probably a subject that will forever be open to debate. Perhaps a fair assessment would be that Richard was a man of his time, who grew up during one of the most destructive and brutal conflicts in English history, where ruthlessness was essential in order to survive. As both sides inflicted injustices on one another during the Wars of the Roses, it is perhaps unfair, as well as unwise, to look at any person involved as being entirely good or entirely bad. What is certain is that the details of King Richard III's life will forever be hotly debated amongst academics and the public at large, as we will probably never know who he really was, or what really happened during the penultimate years of the Wars of the Roses. What do you think of Richard III? Was he a sinister villain or the victim of Tudor propaganda?